All right.
Looks like we're
Jake,
back, so it should be
we
okay.
can hear you.
We're starting, so it should be, yeah.
Okay, we can go ahead.
All right, so were we okay, Sam? All right, I think we are okay.
Yes.
With that, we will come back to order. We apologize for that delay. We will not be broadcasting on Facebook as of right now, but you can look for it later online. They'll post it later. And so right now, it's just YouTube, Granicus, and Zoom, of course, and I think Zoom is tied into Granicus. So with that, we'll move on. I think we were at a stopping point. We had to stop Bruno in the middle of his point, but if you wanted to keep going and start from where you started off, you remember exactly where you're at, go ahead.
So due to time restraints, I will give a brief summary of my comments. Yes, I'm going to approve this declaration of emergency, but I think that the public needs to recognize the hardest part is to help private property owners. And this is why I think that the declaration needs to be done, to try and find those capabilities of doing so, because what's available right now is not available for you to help yourselves. And so with knowing that $21 million was spent out of the Tree Mortality Task Force, I think we should add a request to revitalize the Tree Mortality Task Force at the state level. I know we're asking them to delineate us as a high hazard county and put us on the list, but I think we need to also ask for the things that did provide some assistance to our local communities, which includes helping us in our 25% matching. I also want to say real quick that I'd love for this conversation to come back again for what is the plan, because we have $2 million of PG&E funds that have not been spent yet that I think is a perfect use of our public right-of-way monies. I spoke with Scott DeLeon, Director DeLeon from Public Works. He said he counted about 2,000 trees. I believe it was District 5 only. I don't know if it was other districts, but when I asked him to give me an estimate of the entire county, he said just double that. It's at least 4,000 trees. Well, 4,000 times, let's say 2,000 a tree, that's $8 million. 25% is $2 million. We have approximately $2 million. So I think we need to move forward with the plan of how are we going to take care of our public right-of-ways. And I know that in our last conversation, and not sure if I misunderstood, but that seemed to be kind of the further away plan of something to work towards. But I think that's something that we need to look at right away, and I'd love to have that conversation on what does that look like rather than just declaring and seeing what happens afterwards. Because that money's available to us right now, and we have some of that money to be able to try to utilize the 25%. So that's my comments.
Yeah, so I'll respond. I did give a presentation on what our strategies are, and the roadway is only one part of the strategy. Another key point is figuring out how we help the homeowners. So that was part of my presentation last week. That is one of our priorities. We don't know what that looks like yet, but we know we have to get there, and that's what we're committed to doing. I did bring this up last week that we did have to meet that 25% match. So the task force, it's not like it's been disbanded. It's evolved into other things. So I don't know that we need to make a request to recreate something that was in the past that has kind of morphed into something else. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of attention on this. I don't know that we need to make that demand. But I'm not just putting this emergency out there and waiting to see what happens. I'm in constant contact with all of these people and building this strategy. And I need all of us to be handling this as a team. We all have to be committed because it affects all of us. And so, you know, this isn't a one and done conversation. This is a conversation that we're going to be having a lot. And we need to figure out everything needs to be on the table on how we move forward. So I feel good about the proclamation the way that it is now. But we will be defining and refining our asks as we go.
And my question to you is this something the RRA will be taking care of because the Tree Mortality Task Force that has been created thus far is at the RRA, or does it come to the county? Because I would love to be a part of the conversation, especially if we are going to pay 25%.
So it's been with the RRA, and I agree that we need to somehow, the reason I need us all on board is because I can't do this alone and the RRA can't do this alone, and we have to have staff involved. And so we have to be able to direct staff to help in all the ways and be involved in every way possible. We have the grant out right now for a Chief Climate Resiliency Officer. We don't have that yet. We don't even know if that grant, if we'll get that. So one step forward, if we don't get that grant, we have to make that hire anyway. We have to build the capacity within our staff to handle this. So all our staff is really, really busy on other priorities, and so how do we pull together and get this work done? So that's the work that we have to do, and yes, the county has to play a much bigger role in this than they have.
All right, so with that, is there any other comments from the board? Hearing none, I'll open up to public comment. So if you want to come up and say something, you have 3 minutes, and let's keep it to 3 minutes.
My name is Magdalena Valderrama, and I'm the program manager for the Sscra Springs Community Redevelopment Association. We're based in Loch Lomond. I wanted to thank you for even having this topic on the docket. It's very important for the county to step up to what we very much need in the community. As the program manager for Sscra, I sit on the Best Fits Grant Committee, which is part of the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority. And in that group, which is made of tribal representatives, nonprofit agencies, any county agencies, anyone that has access to grant monies, we sit together, we consider where the best organization to take on those grants are. I can say that because of the grant work that I have done over the past 5 years, every single grant that I look at the state, federal, private foundation level, they're all looking to see what kinds of declarations or situations that the county itself has recognized. So a declaration of a tree emergency would actually help us community nonprofits help to bring more of that money in. One of the examples I can show you is that at the beginning of the year, CAL FIRE declared a brand new, the legislation went into effect that in order for a county agency to receive funding through any of the 5 CAL FIRE grant programs, they would have to have registered on a list of priority agencies, and that is PRC 4290.1. I went to the webinar. There were 250 people representing organizations and individuals. That's the kind of competition we're on. So now is the time to make that declaration so that we can try and at least keep abreast of this wave if we can't get ahead of it. And that time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak on this? You do? Please come up, state your name for the record, and
Hi there, I'm Justine Schneider. Sorry I didn't have childcare this morning. This is Serafina. I wanted to speak in support of Supervisor Pyska's resolution. I live up on Cobb, as other people have stated. It's a very visible problem that is growing exponentially, almost, by the week. So yeah, I think we're all rightfully very concerned about the fire season ahead of us. I think whatever we can do as a county to get out ahead of that and make sure that we're looking out for the safety of our community, I'm fully in support of, and hopefully drawing more resources towards our county so that we can deal with this issue, which is well beyond our control. So thanks so much for your time. Thanks for your attention to this.
thank you. Sir.
Yeah, good morning, Supervisors. Jim Comiskey, I'm a lifelong resident of Cobb, and I'm on the Board of Directors for South Lake County Fire District. I'm the president of Fire Districts Association of California, and 43 years as a career fire chief, retired now. I can't tell you how important this is that we declare the state of emergency to access to federal and state funds. It's going to help us mitigate some of these problems. And it is, just like stated, the corridors are just as important as the single-family dwellings, but we got to get on top of this now and get out in front of it. We all went through the Valley Fire. We lived through that. It's going to happen again. 2 years ago, there was a fire off Live Oak Drive that crossed Highway 29. I don't know if you all recall that. I was coming back from Lakeport, and I'm very familiar with the Rivieras as well. So I went Soda Bay Road to try to get to Red Hills Road. By the time I got to Riviera West, it was bumper-to-bumper traffic. And if we don't think we're going to have a big, big problem, take a look at Paradise. And when the loss of life up in Paradise when they were trying to evacuate, do you know what one of the contributing factors to the death on the roads was? A stoplight in Chico. People got out of the area. Oh, I'm not in the fire zone anymore. The light turns red, they'd stop. So we don't want to have that. And it's not just a Cobb problem. It's not just a Middletown. It's not just Hidden Valley. It's not the Rivieras. It's this entire county. And I strongly urge you to support the declaration of emergency. Thank you.
All right. State your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Mike Shaver, the Environmental Director with Middletown Rancheria Pomo Indians. And I won't say much on the proclamation. It seems like there's strong support for that. But the tribe has been dealing with the same issues at our rancheria. As the chairman and supervisor described, we have over 1,000 trees in our small area of land. But I do want to draw to your attention the need and continued support of working together as a group. This last spring, we applied for the CAL FIRE Fire Prevention Funding and worked with a group of tribes on that application. And to deal with many of the priorities on that funding is the wildland-urban interface and some of the road infrastructure. The larger tree die-offs, landscape scale, are funded through a forest health funding mechanism through CAL FIRE. And those grants require an area of 600 acres or more to be in the application. Many of those are county and fire safe council groups, a couple thousand acres at a time. So I think that what you're doing today, that shows the importance of working together as a community to apply for these large-scale landscape grants that we need to help the property owners in the public lands in our area. Thank you again for your efforts in this.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Elliot Hurwitz. I'm the chair of the Cobb Area Council's Forest Stewardship Committee. And I just want to put a little bit of larger context. At its April meeting, the Cobb Council adopted our first kind of community-wide resilience and development strategy, which was kind of a summary of all the things we're learning from having gone through that fire. And it was a comprehensive look at the entire community, including not just the environment, but our economy, our local health, the local culture. And I mention this because of all the 25 goals that we came out of, the top one, number one thing that influences everything in our lives here is the health of the forest. That is, not just our timber, not just our tourism, but every area of our life up there depends on the health of the forest. So this is just to call out, how critical the forests are for us. So I sent a letter. It didn't get into the formal record that I'll read briefly. I'm urging you to please declare a county emergency due to the epidemic of infested, dead, and dying trees here on Cobb Mountain and county-wide. With fire season fast approaching and drought conditions persisting, the massive and accelerating spread of dead and dying trees now underway is creating tinderbox conditions here. This plague has to be stopped. We know that removing infested trees is expensive, but if we formally declare this emergency, we'll be much more able to access funding to address this issue effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elliot.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tom Nixon. I live over in the Riviera, in Kelseyville, Riviera. I've recently been put on the board of clerk, which I'm really proud of to do. I think they're doing a great job, and I'm glad to be joining their team. I'm going to be on a community outreach committee, which is new as of the last board meeting. And you do have a letter of support from Executive Director Will Evans regarding this declaration of tree mortality emergency. And I entirely support this along with clerk. And I hope that all of you will too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Grudy. I'm the president of the Buckingham Homeowners Association. I want to come here to voice my support and our community's support for the resolution that you are contemplating. You've all spoken a lot about the financial benefits potentially of this, but I think there's also a soft benefit, a public relations benefit, if you will, being able to underscore the urgency of the situation. It's a help for us as we approach our weed abatement season, and just in many other aspects of what we do. So I thank you for your consideration of this. I urge your support, and thank you.
Thank you.
It's just a flyby.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Liz Black, and I'm representing myself as a realtor, and I'm representing South Lake Fire Safe Council. I've been with them for 11 years. As a realtor, what I know is that people are moving to this county. A lot of people are moving to this county because of economics. Where are these people going to go if they can't come to a place that's going to be safe for them? I've sold a lot of land. People do not understand the cost in taking care of that land. They only believe that they need to take care of the defensible space around their home. Now this picture is getting certainly more clear, but what we're hearing through South Lake Fire Safe Council is not just about the chipping program that we run, but what am I going to do with my dead trees? And this is a constant request from the people in South Lake County and in our area. So we have to pass this resolution, not only, for the sake of the people right here, but for the people that want to come here who don't have another place to go because of economics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Briar O'Brien, and I'm a new resident of the Riviera Heights HOA. And I'm not used to public speaking, so I wrote down my thoughts, and I'd like to just read them to you. I'm very impressed with the fire safety consciousness I've seen exhibited in the Riviera Heights Homeowners Association by the administration and my neighbors. I have cleared dead and dying trees on my property, and when I'm finished, we'll have spent about $7,000. And little good that will do me when there are dead standing trees on the private land behind me, right on my property line. I know I am just one person, and yes, I am worried about the safety of my individual home, but if this is true for me, surely in Lake County, it must be true for others. I can't be the only one in this situation. I live on the last street of the HOA going up the north face of Mount Konocti. The HOA owns land behind me, and there is a trail going up the mountain. I went halfway up the other day, got to a place called the Cliff Walk, and I passed through to get there many areas of standing dead trees. At your last meeting, Mike Jones talked about the problem of slash left behind after clearing. Well, this isn't slash, but it is debris from fallen trees and broken branches laying stacked on top of each other, looking like a giant fire laid in a fireplace just waiting to be lit. It's exactly what it looks like. And these areas of dead trees, as Supervisor Sscra has pointed out, are not just on Mount Konocti, but they are all around us. In the proclamation, it says, and I quote, "Whereas California Government Code Section 8630 empowers the Board of Supervisors to proclaim the existence of a local emergency when the county is threatened or likely to be threatened by the conditions of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property that are or are likely to be beyond the control of the services, personnel, equipment, and facilities of this county." Surely that is the case now. I ask you to please make this proclamation now before it's too late. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mariette Peters, and I am the volunteer coordinator for Sscra, and I live on Cobb. And before I moved to Cobb, I worked as a program and grants manager for an international HIV nonprofit for many years, and so I have a lot of experience with federal grants applications and management and, you know, making those go into programs. And most of what I wanted to say has already been spoken to, but I just wanted to reiterate, thank you for taking this up and taking it seriously. The downstream effects of it will be significant. When these grant review boards are reviewing the thousands of applications that come in from all over the state or the country to consider, like, who are we going to give our limited fuel reduction resources to? This proclamation, the fact that this county is taking the tree mortality seriously enough to declare it as an emergency, will weigh our applications more heavily than they would be otherwise. So it's really important to increase our eligibility and consideration for these larger grants that will be able to help with fuel mitigation on private lands. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Andre, and I serve as president of the board for the Riviera Heights Homeowners Association. I thank you all very much for taking this so seriously and for working, and I urge you to work together, please, as we will work with you in dealing with this major crisis that we have facing us. And I spoke at last week's meeting, so I'm just going to keep this really short and say, when you are looking at voting for this resolution, please keep in mind you're voting for our survival, you're voting for our very lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And so you're coming, okay. So I have 5 hands up in the Zoom room as well, so.
Hi, I'm Cindy Desar, the Executive Director of Kelseyville Riviera. Do not want to belabor the point at all, but just want to thank you all for taking this seriously. It sounds like we have a good amount of support, and my community, my board as well, is very supportive of the action. And I think in this instance, you know, we as humans kind of always worry about the consequences of our actions, and I think here we need to be worried about the consequences of inaction. And so moving forward, keeping, you know, progressing, keeping on top of these matters as much as we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Nettles. I'm the Secretary of the Cobb Area Council. And I'm delighted to hear from most of you that it sounds like this is a supported proclamation. So hats off to you. I want to say that also, as the proud steward of 160 acres right on the county line on the south side of Cobb Mountain, I look out over my landscape every day and see more trees dying. And, you know, sort of overlaid on top of that, those are trees that survived the Valley Fire. And I can see in my mind's eye them going up in flames. So thank you for supporting this proclamation.
Thank you.
Good morning. John Knoll here with my wife Karen, a fairly recent transplants to the area, 35 years on the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and working throughout the state of California as part of our California statewide Master Mutual Aid program. So I've been to an unimaginable number of these incidents that we talk about, and moved right smack dab in the middle of the wildland urban interface. What were we thinking? So anyhow, I will tell you that we are incredibly pleased at the effort certainly being made by Supervisor Pyska, the Risk Reduction Authority, the folks at Sigler Springs, and the South Lake County Fire Safe Council have been phenomenal. If you haven't seen their new book yet on living with wildfire in Lake County, this truly is our Bible for surviving. We also, in our efforts, we've spent thousands of dollars and countless hours trying to prepare our properties, not just for defensible space, because having come from that lifestyle, my biggest challenge has always been defensible by whom. So we truly work on survivable space, and that's what we've been doing for the last several years. We also had a fabulous opportunity to join our local Firewise community and acknowledge the incredible efforts that are being made all along the Canocti corridor, which is where we live also, although we are not in one of those HOAs. So we have, historically, we've gone through your documents. You had a fabulous document that was adopted by you in 2009 with your CWPP that specifically identified some critical issues, especially along that Canocti corridor. And so I tell you that just as a historical perspective, and then just when we thought it couldn't get any worse, I suspected that you, like us, would be driving down the road last fall, and we were seeing what we hoped had been an incredible array of fall color. And as we watched, that fall color kept marching down the hillsides until we realized, uh-oh, that's not fall color. That is truly a massive die-off that's occurring because of the bark beetle and the drought that we're in. So there is nothing more critical than you can do right now than declare this local emergency. You know, if you look at your revision that you're currently doing under your CWPP, it very specifically talks about those roles and talks about the roles that OES has, and it talks about zone haven. And I will tell you that having come from the fire service and having been in those initial action hyperdynamic phases of trying to get people out of an area while simultaneously trying to figure out how big is big and how bad is a nightmare. And Zone Haven is a fabulous program implemented by our Sheriff's Department last year to assist with that process. But I got to tell you that Zone Haven is potentially at a point where it's going to be compromised, and you don't have to go too far to look at Paradise or Santa Rosa or any of the major incidents that occurred that to realize that if we potentially implemented Zone Haven, you would find yourself on a corridor, on an access or egress route that is truly deadly. And that was before even the trees occurred.
You can come to an end. You're at your 3 minutes.
So keep in mind that, you know, there is a Soda Bay Corridor route grant that was established, started months ago.
You're at your 3 minutes.
And this would go greatly towards increasing our opportunity to be successful with that grant. I beg you, give us the opportunity to prepare for wildfire as if our lives and property depend on it, because they do.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Polly Ann Johnston. I live in rural Kelseyville, and I'm thrilled that you're doing this, and I thank you all. I hope it will continue to be as aggressive as you promised it would be, and thank you, Jessica, for spearheading it. I think one element that is missing is water. Maybe that's not included in this type of prevention, but I don't see much going on in terms of water conservation. I'm not sure, maybe you are really seriously considering new ag adventures, wine growing, cannabis, anything that sucks up our precious water we're going to need. I urge you to consider that also. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Trudy Wakefield. I live on Cobb, and thank you for this time that you're giving us to be able to talk and share with you our thoughts. I don't know exactly why the trees are dying. I know there's scientists to explain all that, and Jessica, thank you for doing that, explaining that for those of us who haven't done the research. I do have experience with 2 trees falling on our home in 2019. Those trees were alive and quite healthy, actually, but we did have a horrible storm that came through. And if you live on Cobb, you know how windy it can get in a storm. It was totally it destroyed our home completely. I know those of you who have lost a home due to fires know that destruction, and ours probably wasn't as extreme. We were able to save a few valuables. But I cannot stress enough my concern when I look out my living room window and I'm seeing trees dying. We have 3 trees that have died in the last 2 years. One we had cut down last year. We have 2 more to cut down this year. Please understand, I live on a 1/4 acre piece of land, and that's my responsibility to care for, and I'm fine with that. But imagine what's happening on the entire mountain. So I'm concerned. And lastly, I just want to thank you. You know, we voted for you. Here's the public. You're here because you're here to care and serve for us. I know that my safety, the safety of my family and my home and my well-being is your priority. That is why you are here today. That is why we elected you. And I trust that you are taking into consideration everything we're saying, the facts, the research, and that you will make a decision based on our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Here comes the Wynn Carey.
Wynn Carey, Spring Valley, Wolf Creek Firewise representative. Thank you for doing this. Please follow through with it. I just wanted to say, Wolf Creek Firewise started in 2019. We have taken close to 3 to 4 tons of fire fuel out of our subdivision every year. We're putting in 30,000 man-hours to help make our area safer. And I know that the other Firewise groups are doing the same. A few years ago, I asked a tree service what it would cost to make a clear pathway on Long Valley Road so the 600 homes could evacuate. $80,000. Needless to say, we don't have that money. So please follow through on this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Wynn. And so we'll go to the Zoom room. It looks like we have a hand up, 707-928-4627. Please unmute and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, this is Tom Slade. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Tom Slade in Cobb. I emailed the supervisors yesterday. I hope you all got it and read
We
it.
did.
A lot has been said already. And all the people that are very concerned about it. But I don't know that this has been raised. To take this opportunity for prevention, now I wonder and question if any help or support get for future disease.
Tom, I think you're breaking up.
Oh, no, not again.
Yeah, no, you want to figure out, and we'll come to you after, because I want to be able to hear you, and I want you to be able to be heard. So. Okay, so we'll move on. If we need to come back, we will. April Marie, please unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Very good, very good. Hi. I hope it's not too loud or too soft.
We're okay now.
I am hoping that you will pass the declaration of tree mortality. I'm a homeowner in the Pine Grove Cobb area that was not burnt. Our community has worked really hard at trying to, just our individual neighbors, cleaning up, clearing debris and even trees too. 3 years ago, we spent $4,000 on only 8 trees for, fire prevention and giving away wood as much as we could. We also were grateful to participate in the grant that was the Sscra grant, which helped us out a little bit last year in clearing our property. We only have 3/4 of an acre, but we have 55 plus trees. And last year, one was dead, so we're trying to find, ways to get that one down. One bid was $5,000. This year, I look up, oh, there's another huge tree that is dead just in 1 year. And and the removal of the wood after it's taken down is a big deal. And it's really hard. Nobody really needs firewood around here to give away. It would be wonderful if we could. But the grant helped, and I'm so glad to see that there's so many people who are really concerned about this. Not just me. I'm feeling sad for the trees, but we do need to look out for our safety. And I thank you for your participation, and hopefully this declaration of tree mortality will pass, and we will open up some fundings to help some, not only for our roads, but also for the homeowners. And many of you were very wonderfully verbal today, telling about everything, but we need a little bit of help there too, because homeowners usually don't have $5,000 a tree to take things down, but and to keep our communities safe. I just wanted to add my voice out there, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Betsy Kahn, if you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, of course, support this effort, and I've been listening intensely to all of the speakers. My comment is that I have not yet heard any good reason not to pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Phone 7257.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you. This is Bart Levinson. A few days ago, I drove from Kitts Corner to Lower Lake and down to Middletown. I have been seeing over the last year so many trees dying along that pathway. Many are hanging over the road. They're already hanging over the road. And in a fire, we are all going to depend on these routes. We have to know that we will be safe along these routes. And at the moment, it doesn't look at all safe. I just beg you, please, to do a survey of the main evacuation route corridors and see what trees urgently have to come down to prevent a major disaster like Paradise. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Lanier, Noble Gardens, if you can unmute and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Patty Lanier, and I am a local, one of your local cannabis farm licensees and a landowner. I own 45 acres split between 2 parcels in South Lake County in Simon Moakes district. And I just want to thank you for taking this item up. Our little district here that is nestled between the 2 entrances of Spruce Grove Road on that 9-mile loop, this area hasn't burned, I think, since 1995. And myself and Julianne Lewis and another woman, Carol Littlefield, worked feverishly over the last 2 years to create and bring our small little sector on Noble Ranch Road into being a fire-wise community. And as part of that, we have brought together all of the residents here to start a chipping program to give better access on the only access road that is serviceable for our residents in this little area to be able to escape in the event of a fire. We have one that goes through a vineyard that we hope the vineyard will unlock the gate on the backside on the southeast side of the community. But truly, the only real escape route is through Noble Ranch Road and down Spruce Grove Road. Some people have 4.5, 5 miles to travel on a dirt road in order to escape a fire. This area is an absolute tinderbox. On my 5-acre parcel around my home this last winter, I have felled 16 trees on a 5-acre parcel, and there are still more that I could really take down, but they're not in the immediate area right around my home. On my 40-acre parcel around the occupied area that we utilize for cannabis, which is the fairly small sliver of land, I have 26 trees to cut down. Throughout the entire mountainside here, it's countless. It's absolutely horrifying when I stand up on the perch on the rocks to get a vantage point to look over the Jerusalem grade area. We are southeast facing. So you've got a lot happening. You've heard a lot about what's happening over on the Cobb side, on the northwest side of the community. It's also encroaching as you look out over Mount St. Helena. We are surrounded by matchsticks, standing up, waiting for some embers to come. I am so happy that you guys are taking this item up. Please, please, please vote to pass this and get us the emergency funds that we need to bring down some of this vegetation, to bring keepers into communities.
Here are 3 minutes.
To bring in possibly permaculture experts who might be able to help us understand that even laying these trees and logs down on contour of the mountain, you don't even have to take the big logs out if you just chip the branches. There are ways to make this a more efficient operation if you consult people who have a better understanding of how to utilize these
we're going to go on to
that you fell in the
4627, phone 4627. Did they speak already? I don't think so. Yes, if you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Is that Tom? No, he was a 707 number, unless he called back in on that number.
Later, I broke up earlier. Can you tell me, am I getting through all right?
You're better, yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, if you can, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, once again, thank you, Jessica and Clerk, and so many people, and all the speakers today. This is so heartfelt, I think, from a lot of us. I wrote a short email to the supervisors yesterday. I hope you all read it, and it's short, and I was going to read it, but I'll just bring up one point that I haven't heard. One sentence. If we fail to take this opportunity for prevention now, I wonder and question what, if any, help we will get or support from such as the state and federal would we get for any future disasters. I think that's a really important question. Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I answer that question? I had that conversation with OES. And, you know, typically when there's an event, you have 10 days to declare a disaster. If you don't do it in that period, then you're ineligible for support from the state and the federal government. So obviously this is a different sort of disaster. We don't have a 10-day window because it's been happening slowly and spreading. It is something that I have been discussing for months. So I agree with you, Tom. There could potentially be a time when we would not be able to access support if we did not have this in place or if we chose not to pass it.
All right. With that, I think we've covered everybody on Zoom as well. So with that, I'll close public input and bring it back to the board for action. Yeah.
So I just want to say a couple things. I'm really grateful for everybody showing up today and sharing your stories. We have subject matter experts that have been helping with this, that have been studying this. We have the empirical knowledge from all of you who are sharing your experiences on your lands and in your communities. One of the things that was discussed at the task force meeting last week, when we were talking about how do we get to that 1 million acres a year to treat in California, when we're having to deal with all of these grants. And yes, this will help make the grants that we have out more competitive. But But what we're hearing from this task force and coming down from the state is a transition to block grants. And that's what will help regions like ours and counties like ours be able to have access to that funding and make the decisions. One of the things that I brought up to them was, we have a dynamic landscape. This is changing daily, and that's not normal. That's not normally how landscapes change, but it's happening here, and we have to have the agility to be able to reprioritize quickly. And so that's the conversation that I had with CAL FIRE Director Chief Tyler. And he's in agreement, and I had that conversation too with Supervisor Gore, who is one of the representatives on the task force representing counties. So the model right now of going after grants is kind of killing all of us. Our nonprofits are struggling, we're struggling, and then we're waiting a long time. Like, we applied for that evacuation corridor grant in December, and we thought we would hear in February, and we still haven't heard. So I think the mentality is shifting. This is going to help. I'm going to be following up with everybody I spoke with last week, later on this week, with this proclamation and with the more specific asks that we have. So I don't know if you have any more comments, but I'm...
Supervisor Simon, looks like he does.
No, obviously, like I said from the beginning, being proactive. So I do also want to discuss, it was mentioned by our EPA director of Middletown Rancheria about collaboration. There are 7 tribal nations here that are available for also federal funding that may be able to help. I think each one of us, can't speak for all of them, but I know Middletown will be talking about doing a declaration of our own in the area here. And I think the collaboration is really the important thing. So not only do we have the county stepping up, but we have all the other governments, the federally recognized governments, and hopefully potentially the cities at least to have these conversations as we are doing. The RRA brought everybody together to start the conversation. Jessica really spearheaded it, and I think we're moving in a good position. I really look at this as an opportunity for the county to collaborate with the tribal nations, the real stewards, original stewards of the land here in California and the United States, and really help move this thing forward. You have Terra, you have a lot of different organizations that started with Robinson that is really taking off, and will continue to do that. And I really look at it as the same aspect we just did. I know we did support letters from tribal nations for the project we have in your district, which is definitely going to help. So I think this will also open up another avenue for federal funding to help come through the area. So I know we don't own, at least the tribal governments don't own a lot of land, but collaboration and communication with our partners is very important to us. So I'm excited about the opportunity. And I also want to, I've heard a lot of folks we talk about it, the personal landowners and property owners. It's going to take time. This is just a beginning step. The gates will not open immediately, but this is beginning to kick the door open and start that process and the conversation, because we all know how challenging it is. Here at this board, we wrote many letters after the Valley Fire and the continuing fires to look for federal funding and opportunities to get the dead trees, the burnt trees down, and as you know, there are still some out there. So we know it's going to be challenging, but we've got to take those efforts and to continue to move forward in that way. That's what I have.
Well, I just want to thank you for bringing this to the board, because, just a lot of it at first when you're thinking about tree mortality, you're like, what is that? And then all the presentations have given that. I know being on the RRA, I've heard Mike Jones talk about it before. And so I'm glad to see everybody on board with this. All of our comments are, want to support this. And I'm just a little, what do you call that? Gun shy or jaded. I'm worried. I'm looking for arguments, and there's none. There is none, and I'm just glad it's a tree and not a human, because I hear all the arguments about a human if they're sick or dying. So, yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, I offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Good work, everyone. So we'll move on to our 6.4, consideration of acceptance of the March 31st, 2022 report of Lake County pooled investments. And this item is brought to us. We'll let our interim CAO, Susan Parker, introduce it and give who she needs to give the baton to from there.
Yeah. I'll just wait. So introducing this item this morning will be Patrick Sullivan, our tax administrator.
Good morning. If it would please the board, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Carlos Oblitas from Chandler Asset Management. He's here to present a report on the pooled investments for the county.
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you very much for inviting me over to update you on the investments. I want to just give you some highlights on what's happening on the economy, which is driving the investments, and then I want to highlight the investment. I won't take more than 5 minutes of your time. This will be quick and brief. If we can turn to page 5 on the presentation that's up on the board right now, there's a couple of charts that show you what's going on with inflation in the United States right now. I think everybody in this room is familiar with what's happening with inflation. We're all paying more for food and energy, for gasoline at the pump, for goods and services. Prices are going up. There are a number of reasons why this is happening. The chart on the left-hand side will show you Consumer Price Index, which is a commonly used measure for inflation. It's the highest that it's been since 1981. That's the early Reagan era. We're now at about 8.5%. So very high, very elevated. A number of reasons why. You remember that coronavirus shut the economy down. To restart it, the government pumped a lot of money into the economy in the form of the CARES Act, about $5.5 trillion. That in and of itself is inflationary. It increases the money supply. Additionally, we had monetary stimulus from the Federal Reserve. They lowered interest rates, made it cheaper for people to borrow to spur on economic activity, and that in and of itself, if they let it go long enough, is inflationary. We also had labor dislocations, people quitting and moving. That causes costs for businesses, which raises prices. They get passed on to us. We've had supply chain disruptions, which we talked about the last time I came. Very difficult to get chips right now, cars, things like that. We have a war going on in Eastern Europe, regrettably, which is putting price pressure on energy supplies, on wheat, on minerals. So all these things are pushing prices up in the United States. So why am I going on all about that? If we turn down to page number 12, the net result of this for the bond market is that this pushes interest rates higher. Obviously, as rates go up, existing investments lose their value on paper, and that loss in value you don't realize unless you sell the investment, and for the most part, the majority of the portfolio is held to maturity. So even though it's losing value as rates rise, you're not going to realize that. It's an accounting adjustment. But the good news, of course, is that every time that we have a maturity in the portfolio, this is a portfolio of fixed income securities, they're bonds, and every time that we have a maturity, that maturity will get reinvested, and it'll get reinvested at a higher yield. And that's the message for today. If we turn to pages 15 and just 15 very briefly, followed by 16, it is a summary of your investment policy and the requirements of California Government Code. I want to remind you that this investment program is required to maintain safety, followed by liquidity, then followed by return. California Government Code severely restricts what you're able to invest in. You can only buy bonds. These are interest-bearing instruments. They're debt securities. You're lending money out and you're getting paid interest, and essentially is what's happening. Everything is in compliance, and that's good news. It's important that you follow the law, and you do. If you turn to the next page, page number 17, you'll see an overview of the consolidated portfolio. As your investment advisor, we manage about two-thirds of this, maybe a little bit more than two-thirds of it. The remainder is in the bank, and it's also in investment pools like the state pool, local agency investment fund. But right now, your investment program is valued as of quarter end, not right now, but as of quarter end, at around $430 million. It's definitely elevated because that's right after property tax collections. As you're aware, they came in December, and then of course they came back in April, the month after this. Some of that money will go back out out again. They're pass-through payments that go back to the schools for expenditures that the county has and any other needs that the participants of the pool have. If we turn to page 18, we can see the makeup of the portfolio. The key here is this: it's very well diversified. We take advantage of every asset class that's allowed for us to take advantage of in California code. And the reason for that is because we don't want to be overweighted in one asset class and be negatively impacted by a shift. If you turn to page 19, this is a breakout of the maturity structure of the portfolio. You're in the green. The gray is 3 months prior as of December 31st. So the green is March 31st. You can see that you still carry considerable liquidity. There's a lot of money coming due quickly, and that's good for you because that money, the money that doesn't get spent out or taken out by participants, will get reinvested, and it'll get reinvested at higher yield. It will end up moving your average yield up. And if we go to page 20, what I'm showing you is the history of the yields. We really started managing in November, but I went back a little bit because we have some of the data. So you can see that we were earning very low rates. We started looking at this investment portfolio back when coronavirus maintained rates very, very low. 2-year treasuries, a debt security from the US government for 2 years, that's a 2-year treasury, back when we started was providing an annual yield of 0.10%, which is painfully low, and that's the environment that we're coming out of. That same security today, if you were to purchase it, is somewhere around 2.6%. So the rise in rates has been significant. Again, that has a dual impact. The value of the bonds on paper comes down. You don't realize that value unless you sell the bond. For the most part, we don't sell, we hold the maturity. But when it does mature, we will reinvest it, and it'll get reinvested at a higher yield. That is the messaging for today. I think the key takeaways are everything is in compliance, it's well diversified, we maintain constant communication with the county in terms of its needs, and I think that we're on our way to seeing higher interest income coming into the portfolio. I'll pause with that and take any questions you may have.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you very much for giving us another quarterly, and good to see that we're still increasing. You're doing exactly as we discussed in our ad hoc committee to slowly make the maturity time frame expand, but not go full bore to the 3-year or 5-year, I forget what our maximum was that we had discussed. But I'm seeing exactly the strategy that we had dictated and approved here, and that it's happening. There was just one thing that I would like to ask you. We got an executive order from the governor to ensure that none of our money was going through anything that was connected to Russia. Hoping that possibly in the future, and maybe you can speak to it today, that we can maybe get some kind of memo that says it's been reviewed and nothing is connected. It should be an easy template letter, and obviously you know who you're dealing with, but I'm seeing international banks on there and things like that, and I just don't know. So just to make sure that we're following the executive order, that's my only request, which I would look to the board to see if there's consensus for that rather than a direction from me. But that's my only comment that comes out of it, other than thank you very much for, again, giving us this report.
Supervisor Sabatier, if I may answer that question, right now you have no direct exposure and you hold no Russian securities in the portfolio, so you are in compliance with the executive order, and we were more than happy to produce a statement to that effect.
Thank you. Yeah? Yeah. I think you have a consensus, so thank you for that. Are there any other questions for? Open it up to public input. Is there anybody in the chambers that has anything they'd like to add to this? And if they would, please come to the microphone and give your 3 minutes. And I don't see anybody coming up. I do see somebody with their hand up on Zoom. Betsy Kahn, if you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
I apologize, that was from last time.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close public input, and I think this is a report.
I think we need to approve.
Oh, yeah, we do accept. It says recommended action accept, so, yep.
I move to accept the report as presented to us.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and thank you, gentlemen, very much for your report and your work on this.
Supervisors, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming all this way, Carlos.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Item 6.5, public hearing on account and proposed assessment for 2853 Merced Street in Nice, California, 95464. And we have Code Enforcement Norman Valdez and Code Enforcement Manager Marcus Beltramo. They will be presenting this. I'm sorry, Norman Valdez III. Have to make sure.
The shoes just got bigger.
Yes, we're just going to go ahead and start that. If there's anybody that's party to this, please, especially in Zoom, is there anybody here that's party to this item on the agenda? Okay, and if you are on Zoom, please turn your camera on and raise your right hand so you can be sworn in. Johanna, when you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Can we get help from Sam to?
Can you make a panelist, please? Yeah.
I'm a co-host too, I guess.
There we go. Oh, there it is. Bam. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Johanna.
Thank you for the help. So good morning. My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the manager for the Code Enforcement Division. And upon a completion of an abatement, we come before the board to give an account and a proposed lien for the work that was done. That being said, I'm going to hand it over to Joey Valdez III to provide a presentation.
Hello, thank you for having us today. Again, the property that we're going to be looking at today is 2853 Merced Street in Nice. So this property is located on Merced Street. The property owner on record is Pete William Selesnov. This property is zoned R1. It's tax default and has over $27,000 in owed taxes. The county currently has power to sell over the property, and but it's not currently listed on the land sales on the tax collector's list. So on May 3rd, 2021, a notice of nuisance in order to abate a non-OTA was posted on the property by a former code enforcement officer, Sean Crackbon. On October 12th, 2021, the case was reassigned and a site inspection was conducted. When I was out there, I observed numerous violations on the property that were already listed on the previous non-OTA. So on October 26th, a second non-OTA was issued against the property, citing the following violations: conditions hazardous to human life, the existence of garbage, and then anything causing an unsightly appearance on the property. Here's some of the photos that, again, were documented between October 21st and February 2nd, 2022. As you can see, the notices were still in place. That top notice was the one that was posted by Sean Crackbon, so no one ended up, again, either replying to our letters that we sent out or the notice itself. But this was all, again, seemed like it was like illegal dumping that was done on the property. Again, I don't know if it was there beforehand and it was just sitting there for a while, but garbage just continued to accumulate on the property as time went on. So on March 17th, 2022, after, again, all those other inspections and stuff, we decided to move forward with the abatement process. So we ended up obtaining a warrant from a Lake County Superior Court judge. So on March 22nd, 2022, the abatement started. So here are the posting of the notices of the warrant and the 24-hour notice. And then on the 17th, when I was out there posting it, a new pile of garbage was there that was not there previously on those other days. This is the work that was completed afterwards. All the garbage was cleaned up. Several tires and mattresses were removed from the property, and they ended up cleaning out that shed as well. That was just filled with trash bags and all other sorts of types of garbage. On March 23rd, 2022, compliance with the non-ODA was attained. The cost of abatement totaled to end up being $2,145.61. Leonard's hauling totaled to be $1,464.93, and the abatement or administration cost was $680.68. So at this time, I'm asking for the board to approve confirm the notice of assessment for $2,145.61 and direct staff to record a notice of lien against the property. After recordation, it shall be delivered to the county auditor, who shall enter the amount to the lien on the assessment roll as a special assessment. The cost of the abatement ended up being $1,464.93, and the administration cost in this case amounted to $680.68. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add, or? No? Any questions, Jessica? Supervisor Pyska?
So is that a foundation of a structure that used to be there, or what's exactly on that property?
So that's a dilapidated structure that's ended up being on that property. Again, at this time, the notice wasn't for the removal of the structure or anything like that. It was mostly just for, again, clearing off the property of all the garbage. Moving forward, we will end up trying to secure any sort of abatement that we can end up doing for that property.
Basically, our understanding is that there was a fire on the property,
Okay.
and that was what was left over. It was basically a foundation, and it had, I guess, a cellar or a basement of some sort. So it's just at this point, it's just a wood platform or wood foundation that's on top. But that foundation is going to be roped off. We just got the stakes to rope it off, put unsafe tags on there. Anybody in that neighborhood should not let their children onto that property or near that property. It is unsafe. But yeah, that's the leftover foundation.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. And then there's a shed also, or some kind of...
Yeah, that secondary shed is like down the hill. It's not on that upper level of the property. Again, the parcel goes all the way down to the adjacent street. So again, that other shed is like down the hill from there.
Yeah, so vacant parcel with structures or things that need to be demoed, and there's already $27,000 in fines or back fees. So I think, it's definitely an investment for us and for our county and for our communities, and we may not see that come back to us, but I'm fine with that.
I'd just like to comment on that. The order did address the unsafe structure, but it was cost prohibitive based on the fact that it did have asbestos. The cost to haul asbestos to a landfill, the only one the closest one is in Vacaville. And so we were doing another project at the same time. That one was more immediate. This one, if some of these other more immediate projects are done, we can revisit it at that time. But at this time, it just didn't seem in the best interest of the county to address it. And so right now, we're just going to do our best to rope off the property, put signs up, and then somewhere down the road, maybe consider some sort of fencing if we can do that. But right now, our main objective was to get the trash that had been there for some time off the property. That is also a property that attracts a lot of dismantled, wrecked, and inoperable vehicles that we have to continuously tow off of.
So it could potentially be on up for tax sale next year.
I believe at one time it was on the list, but it wasn't on the current list.
Okay.
It does have a great view if there's a potential investor out there.
But those are all the costs that a future buyer would have to incur. Okay, well, thank you for doing the cleanup. It's really important work that you're doing, and thank you for bringing it to us. And that was fast.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And I just wanted to speak on the tax default. It was on the 2021 tax auction, did not sell, and so for Supervisor Crandall's knowledge, it can be eligible for a direct sale to nonprofit, government, or the neighbors that are adjacent to it if they want to expand their yard. That would create a positive participation.
Ms. Grant?
It also is eligible to have the penalties and interest and some of those things knocked off, which would be a considerable savings to somebody who'd like a property with a great view.
Thank you for that plug. That was great. Supervisor Simon?
The only comment I have, obviously, throughout the county, we know that illegal dumping is something we deal with in all of our districts. As you were saying, one of the piles showed up after was new when you guys went out there to take care of that. So just like to understand your thoughts on, and in the future, maybe opening up some of those, you know, I know that's not fun to open up a bag of garbage, but open up, see if we can get any information or names from that, you know, from that illegal dumping. I know it's a challenge. I don't know how many illegal dumping cases have gone through our court systems, but I know we did our violations, the fines that we talked about. But even a phone call maybe to somebody whose name on there and just say, hey, you know, we found your garbage illegally dumped here. Please make sure you're using the right purveyor to get rid of your garbage. But, you know, in the future, as you guys are getting better at this, which you guys are doing a great job bringing these to us and moving this forward. I know we funded in the budget to help you guys. So hopefully we can start to get to that point too, where we can really start to go after folks for the illegal dumping, because it's happening all over the county. I know Morgan Valley, there's a big issue out that way that happens quite a bit with vehicles and other things that get dumped in some of those areas. So signage is great, but it's not really that deterrent that we're looking for.
I'd just like to comment on that. We are exploring other avenues to combat illegal dumping, such as, I guess, fake cameras and other things. We went to a legal dumping conference recently, and we are examining those options right now, so it is under review. And there are times where we do go through the trash and pull out letters and those kind of things, and we have gone back to the addresses and said, do you know anything about this? Obviously, it's always a friend that dumped it on their behalf. But, no, you're right, and we are trying to be more cognizant of see if we can develop some illegal dumping cases for the DA. I'm not sure what the appetite is, but we are starting to develop and look into that further. Because as you said, illegal dumping is a major issue that we deal with.
Yeah. Supervisor Sabatier?
And just to, I know that Supervisor Crandall and myself are on the Solid Waste Management Task Force. We have talked about that. It kind of stalled at one point because who was going to enforce the illegal dumping ordinance if we brought the ordinance? And I think it's something to bring up with CDD to see how we can implement that, especially since you're finding so much of it. And I know that with our Director Darby starting last October, it wasn't something I wanted to automatically jump on and say this is what we need, because there was a lot of changes that needed to be done in the department, but maybe it's about that time to bring it back up.
All right. Any other questions from the board? I'll open it up for public input. I don't see anybody in the chambers. Anybody online? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for action. And it's in my district, but I'll welcome anybody to make the motion.
I don't know what the amount is anymore. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the assessment on 2853 Merced Street in Nice for a total of $2,145.61.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm just going to tell Sam something, but
I know we've been waiting a long time, but Ken, do you want to take a break before this one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we will 5-minute break before we start on our I'm sorry, 6.6, yeah, sorry.
You will.
All right, welcome back, everyone, from our break. We're going to go ahead and take on our 6.6. Now, this, just before I read it off, I just want to state that we've addressed this last week. Of course, we didn't have everyone here, so we wanted to continue it, so everyone had the opportunity to look at a lot of the things that have been said in last meeting and the previous meeting. So if at all possible, we can keep on to new tasks or items, or if there's something that you missed the point on, that's fine too. I'm not going to try to silence anybody or anything like that. I just want to make sure everybody is cognizant of others' times. We've had the chance to see this twice already, and this is, of course, going to be the third time, and we'll go from that point. Ms. Grant?
The only thing, sir, I would suggest is the people who've been sworn would remain sworn, so they should be reminded of that fact. If there are any new witnesses, then those people should be sworn in, obviously, prior to giving testimony, or all at once right now at the pleasure of your board.
Excellent. Well, I'll read it off, and then we'll do the swear-in one more time. So we have our 6.6, continued from May 3rd, public hearing, discussion of and consideration of appeal AB 21-05 of Planning Commission approval of major use permit 19-36 and IS MND, which is in initial study and mitigated negative declaration 19-56, Lake Vista Farms LLC, Clear Lake APNs 010-05301 and 010-05302. With that, if there's anyone that needs to swear in that's new to this testimony, or if there's others that are coming to the, please stand and raise your right hand and let Johanna do the swear-in for you. We'll go from there. Swear in, I said, not swearing.
Okay. So do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, sir, Mr. McGinnis, it's all you.
Well, thank you, Supervisors. Good afternoon. The very end of our discussion in the last hearing for the appeal was some discussion about the nature of the violation in May of 2020. During the last week, I was successful in getting some photographs from Janice Luke, who is a staff member with the Department of Agriculture here in the county. Whoops. Oh, okay. Let me go back. And she is here in the room today to testify if necessary regarding the fact that she was on the site on May 7th and took some photographs, which I'm going to show in a very brief PowerPoint presentation to you to hopefully supplement the discussion of the violation that we had last week during the appeal. And I also have some handouts for members of the board that document the violation in terms of photographs. That material also includes the entries that were made into Sscra, the 2 entries from our division in code enforcement, and some correspondence between the Department of Agriculture, Janice Luke in particular, and the state, California Cannabis at the time, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife that was notified of the violation. And I also have another handout to the board, which includes the streambed alteration agreement, which was entered in between the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Mr. Brian Pensack, who is the owner of the property. That issue was also discussed at the tail end of the last week's hearing for the appeal. So as you look at those handouts, I wanted to give you just a very brief overview of the nature of the violation. Photographs were taken by Janice Luke, as I mentioned, at the County Department of Agriculture on May 7th, 2020. The location of the site was 2050 Augulin Canyon Road. And as I noted, Ms. Luke is in the room today to testify that she was present and took the photographs. I also handed out the 2 entries that were made on Sscra on May 7th and May 14th by A.W. Fernand, who was one of our code enforcement agents in the division under the CDD. I have you may remember there was a notice of violation and stop order on May 13th, 2020, was approximately 6 days after these photographs were taken. And then you should have in your packets a letter from the applicant's attorney that was sent in, to all of you by email on May 9th, 2020, that includes images that were taken on May 7th, a few days ago, of the grading area and the abatement. So it shows that the recovery in some respects of the site, at least in terms of the non-native grasses and the like that you'll find on the site.
If I may get a clarification, you just said 2020 in your last statement about the email we just received.
The email you just received, I think you received it on May 9th, 2022.
Okay, just wanted to check in on
Yes. The photographs on that attachment from the applicant's attorney were taken May 7th, 2022.
Okay.
So let me, if you'd like, to show you some of the images that we have from Janice Luke from the Department of Agriculture here in the county. This is the site location. If we had to identify the nature of the violation, there was illegally housed workers in a agricultural exempt building, and I'm going to show a few photos of that. There was also some grading in an area in violation of both county and state ordinances of relatively steep areas for terracing, for future planting. And then there are hoop houses, irrigation, and plants on site. These are hoop houses that are in the process of being built or that have been built at the location on the 7th of May 2020. Again, some more hoop houses with plastic on-graded areas. And it should be noted that the relatively flat areas were likely areas that were used for the hops. So they were disturbed sites, at least in this general area. More photographs with materials in the background. You see some plants on the left and some preparation of the hoop houses for plants in these hoop houses. Some plants, and as I noted in the last presentation, there is indication that approximately 40,000 plants were found on site. It is clear from at least these images that one might surmise that the plants were not planted in the ground, but we're waiting for future action. That shows the extent to grading to some degree up into a relatively steep area. Now, one of the things that we discussed last time was the amount of grading, and there was an estimate on the site plan submitted by the applicant after the violation, and in hope of clearing up the site and abating the site, that there was roughly, I think, a little over 1,300 cubic yards. That is questionable. It's unknown. It could be a much greater amount of area that was graded. This is a agriculturally exempt building that was used for housing by the workers on site. You see some mattresses or air mattresses in the back. And a generator with a porta toilet. And according to this photograph, this was some water used for personal hygiene of the workers on site. That's a sample of the photographs that you have in the handout. But I do want to provide the community with a sample of those photographs. If need be, and per legal counsel's advice in the county, we do have, as I mentioned, Janice Luke in the room if you'd like to ask her particular questions about her visit and her inspection. But that's all I have in terms of the photographs.
Ms. Grant?
The person who took the photographs can authenticate and inform your board that if indeed the person took them, when they were taken, what they depict.
I'd like to get that
I was just going to
authentication.
say that, yeah, Ms. Luke, if you can come up.
Hi, I'm Janice Luke. I'm an ag biologist and inspector for the Lake County Agriculture Department, and I was also the representative working with the state of California for the county and the state of California industrial hemp program, and that was the reason for my inspection at the site on May 7th.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So you brought up hemp. What was the purpose of your visit for hemp?
So this site had been previously registered as an industrial hemp site, although during the year that it had industrial hemp registration with the state of California, there was no legal industrial hemp grown on the site because we did not have noticed that they had hemp, or we did not make official sampling. So therefore, it had a registration, but there was no legal crop grown on the site. I was notified by the CDD that there was some confusion about whether this had hemp on it or not due to a complaint, and I went to the site with Andrew Williams on May 7th to verify, since it still had a valid hemp registration on the site. And he had said that it had been given early activation for cannabis and that there were complaints. So that's why I went out there, was to verify exactly what was happening and if it was on the outlined hemp sites, of which the 40,000 plants was located within the boundaries of one of the listed hemp registration sites for the state of California.
So basically, they were registered with the state, but not with the local ag commissioner.
They were registered with us as well, but they had not followed through with planting reports or anything else to make it hemp. As well as the individual that was there said, no, this is not hemp, this is 40,000 plants of cannabis. That was the site representative.
And do you remember, I think it was March, February, when the hemp ordinance went into effect of 2020?
Something like that, yes. So we did have the hemp ordinance go into effect, which gave us the authority to go out and inspect whether or not they said they had hemp on the site. So it allowed us to access the site whether there were official hemp plants or not.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Luke? Thank you. Unless there's anything else you have to add?
No.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Any other questions before we give time to the...
I do have some questions. I don't know when it would be appropriate to ask. I have a question about another one of the violations that were cited on the notice of violation, and I also have a comment to make based on the 45-page document that we received. I don't know if we want to listen to the appellant and the applicant again before I ask those questions, but just asking you when you think it would be best.
Did you want to let the applicant and the appellant speak first? I think they've been waiting, and then you can... Okay. So, appellant, if you'd like to go... Yes, the appellant. No.
Thank you, Chair Chandler and Supervisors. My name is Dave Hughes, and I'm again representing myself as the appellant, plus approximately 40 property owners in the Burns Valley watershed that it's immediately, I guess, east and a little south of the project. Excuse me again. Before I speak, well, we're still going to have some public input because I think there are a few people out in the public that still wanted to speak on this. I know I had a few people speak prior to my presentation, but not everybody had the opportunity that necessarily wanted to do one. And I think we already have lost one or two people that wanted to speak that had to go on to other things, including my
So what I'll do is, if you are here to speak on behalf of this in the Zoom room, can you raise your hand and leave it raised so I know how many? And then,
If any.
Yeah, if any. Okay, I see a couple people doing that. So go ahead and continue, and and I'll call on them when you're ready, and we'll go.
Okay. I think I wanted to try to briefly summarize where we're at. But I do have, after some discussions with an attorney and a few other people, I do have kind of a question on Sscra. Obviously, this initial study was started in 2019, I think it's 19-56. And subsequent to the initial study beginning, I guess, the early activation was allowed, and then there were notices of violations, and it appears that the existing condition of the property when the initial study was started would have changed because of the violations. And I'm just curious if the Sscra process should have likewise been started again because of the changes in the condition to the property. And I mean, it's a question I have, if we can.
Right, and so Ms. Grant, I don't know if you had any.
I thought there was testimony at the last hearing that the environmental documents occurred after those violations, so they took it into account, not before. Is that incorrect?
And I'm not certain.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So I do see on the initial study that it says October 7th, 2021 on the top of the document. I guess the question being asked is, it says initial study 19-56. Is that a number we automatically create upon the submission of an application, and that initial study had not started or gotten completed until October 7th, 2021?
Yes.
And then, Mr. Knoll, you had something to add?
Well, Richard Knoll, representing Lake Vista Farms. I just want to respond to the board that this issue is addressed in the information that was submitted yesterday in some detail with respect to timing and the fact that the grading and the other matters relative to the total project were addressed in the Sscra initial study. Okay. So our attorney is going to be online, so if there are any further questions about that, he can respond to that as well.
All right. Do you need him to answer too, or would you want to keep continuing on?
Well, again, I haven't seen what you received, so I guess, posed the question, and if it's been dealt with sufficiently to satisfy Sscra, then I would accept that for a fact, and then.
Ms. Grant?
Well, the submittal by the attorney, the advocate for the applicant, was just received by your board, I believe, yesterday.
Right, you have it right.
And it's a recitation of, I believe, an overview of what the evidence will show. It's not evidence in and of itself, because it's argument, essentially, by legal counsel. So your board can certainly consider it, as well as all the evidence that has been presented to you at the last hearing and will be presented to you, if any further evidence is presented in the course of the hearing today.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, I wanted to emphasize, we don't feel that the cumulative impact has been satisfied when it comes to the issue of water under Sscra. We don't think it was properly considered. I gave some evidence last week that when they were pumping water to keep the dust down at 2560 Highway 53, they were doing some extensive grading. A neighbor's well went dry, and I think she was on Zoom and testified to that. And we think there's some correlation there between our water, and I believe they were probably pumping more water in a short amount of time when they were taking care of the grading dust, but we still feel that there's a direct correlation between our aquifer and the deeper aquifer, and we don't think that's been the cumulative, taking into consideration the 5 other legal grows. We're going to be at a city council meeting tonight because there's another grow on Ogulin Canyon application, and we're going to be dealing with the water on that one. So we just don't think that the cumulative impact of figuring all those in, it's one thing to say hops uses more water than our cannabis will, but we don't think that adequately addresses the cumulative impact. So I wanted to bring that up. We still feel that that you have the ability and the authority to impose conditions today, to change conditions, to deny the project. And when I went to the city council to object to the 1,000-foot letter of support that we talked about last week, I was there by myself. I now have 40 property owners that are probably the closest residential property owners to this project and the most impacted, whether it's smell or water or anything else. And I honestly feel that you have the ability to impose the county's guideline of no cultivation within 1,000 feet of the city limits. As I mentioned, we already lost a kennel that was in business for 25 or 30 years, and it was adjacent to this property. That was, to me, a direct result of the odor and the ability for them to grow closer to the property line than, or the city boundary than your code allows. I talked to an attorney. He doesn't feel that the letter from Mr. Flora, he says it's most definitely not an unqualified or non-conditional letter of support. By its terms, the letter can be considered a letter of support subject to the County of Lakes conditions, which are subject to change even today. So I would ask on behalf of our property owners in the Burns Valley Basin that you uphold the 1,000-foot setback if this project is allowed to proceed. I don't think we are pressing the city council to revisit the policy, and my understanding is at some point they probably will, but it's not going to happen before today or maybe not even next week. But I think the city will address that, and we will have a lot more people at that hearing objecting to we don't allow outdoor grows in the city. Why should we allow them within the 1,000 feet? So it just doesn't make sense to me. I would also go back to the ordinance 3112 that was adopted in September 2021. We do feel that since the use permit wasn't granted until November, that the ordinance that was adopted in September could have been utilized, and the penalty of a prohibition of cultivation on that property for 10 years could in fact be enforced. With that said, I would like to have Matt Earnshaw from EBA. He wanted to give a short summary of his findings, basically, and then I think he might have a couple of thoughts on what we can do going forward.
Thank you. I see him on there. I don't know if he's been promoted, but either way.
He was last time.
He's on there. I've seen his name. So, Mr. Earnshaw, if you hear me unmute, and we can go ahead and move forward with your input.
Yeah. Thanks for your time, guys, and supervisors, and appreciate your patience with this. So yeah, since we didn't really have time to review the May 2nd Everview response to our submittal. Just to backtrack, I don't want to rehash what we talked about previously, but David contacted us. I'm a hydrogeologist. I've worked in the area about 15 years, and we looked at it, the report that was done in support of this project by North Point, and we found that there was a potential issue with the lack of really evaluating the cumulative impact and what this project, in light of all the other projects up on the hill, what that might do to their little community there that's relying upon groundwater. So as you all aware, we wrote a memo back that had several conclusions. The conclusions, suggested that there could be impacts to nearby wells, And that to me would be considered a significant condition and something that wasn't adequately addressed in the previous report. And then what we kind of asked for as a conclusion was to do some more aquifer testing on, we recommended that they would do more aquifer testing on their wells. It looks like in their review, they came back and in part did some pump testing. The pump testing that was done, looks like it was done in February of 2022. And I just want to make note that the pump testing, while it provides some information about static water level and recharge, it doesn't provide the level of detail that you would need in order to get the properties that would be required to understand what cumulative impacts would be over time. It's just not a long enough duration, and it doesn't really tell you when they stopped the pumping and when the pumping, didn't tell you what the drawdown is at the time where they stopped pumping necessarily. And but what it does suggest is that they are drawing the well does draw down, and that the amount of water left inside the well at the time when they turn the well off, apparently, that there's a significant amount of drawdown. Whether or not that's enough for their project, that's one thing. My bigger concern is long-term how that's going to affect that aquifer, which again, I want to reiterate, it's well understood that the aquifer, that these alluvial valleys that Burns Valley is pulling their water from, the recharge of that, yes, it comes from rainfall in part, but it also comes from surface discharge through aquifers that are up in the highlands up there. So that's pretty well understood, and it is a volcanic, and it's not the lower lake formation. So in any event, those are my main points. Whether or not that reaches a condition of significant condition, as the attorney states that we don't state that it's a significant condition, or that we don't prove that it's not a significant condition. I think those are beyond the scope of what we were asked to do, and beyond the scope of any appellate for that matter. But it wasn't. I don't think it's David's job to figure out whether or not there's a condition or a cumulative impact that is insignificant. I don't think that's our burden. But I would say that there is that it hasn't been well documented what the cumulative impacts may be under long-term pumping, with the understanding of all the other pumping that will be taking place in the area at the same point in time during the summer months. And so I'm available for any questions, but wanted to let you know that we did review their rebuttal, and I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Earnshaw. And did you, Mr. Hughes, did you have anyone else that you wanted to speak from that, or?
I think at this point, maybe you had Vicki had somebody that was going to be on Zoom that isn't, so she has what that person wanted to say out of the public. Is that okay?
Yes.
And then if there's any hands raised, maybe we could have that.
Are you able to use that as a testimony since you're sworn in? Yeah, would she be able to read that since she's sworn in for herself, and be able to read his? That was a question from the vice chair.
Well, she can read a report that she's saying she received from someone, but your board's going to consider the weight of that evidence. As you know, the evidentiary rules are relaxed in administrative proceedings. You can determine if you want to admit this evidence and then determine how much weight to be given. But you have no way of knowing to a certainty who wrote this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a letter from Cheryl Sullivan, and she is a Burns Valley neighbor in Clear Lake for 37 years. She says, I urge you to deny this cannabis application. In the past 2 years, we've had problems with our water. We went for several days without water, let our lawn die, flushed the toilet occasionally, had to install a water storage tank, and we continue to worry that we won't have water this summer. There are many applications for cannabis grows in the Aguilan Canyon area. has not been a recent hydrology report that shows what the cumulative effect from all these grows we have on our aquifer. Some grows are quoting from a 2006 hydrology report, which is certainly outdated, especially since we have been in serious drought for the past 2 years. Because of the unknown impact on our aquifer, I would suggest, at the very least, placing a moratorium on all cannabis grows and vineyards in the Aguilan Canyon area. Thank you for your consideration. Cheryl Sullivan.
Thank you. And so is there anyone else online that's speaking for your, that's a party to what you represented?
I'm not sure who's up.
So we have the hands up are B Case. Does that? Yes. B Case, if you can unmute and state your testimony. Go ahead and state your testimony from there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Brandy Case. My family and I live in the Burns Valley area, and we support this appeal because we have the same concerns about the water issue. In the summer months, we tend to also run out of water, and it's just a big concern. And I'm just here to show my support, and again, I'm very concerned about the water supply here.
Okay, thank you. And is Barbara Christwitz, would she be? Okay, Barbara Christwitz, if you can unmute and state your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just that I am, I too want this cannabis application denied. And I live in Clear Lake on Vista Street. I figure that we need our limited water for personal use of citizens rather than for marijuana and vineyard grows, which are not necessary for sustaining life. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. And then Mr. Flora, is he a neutral party? Should I wait until the other group has it? Yeah. Mr. Flora, we'll wait until the other party has, the applicant has a chance to discuss, so.
And we may have one person.
Come on up, sir. You can come on up and state your name for the record, and then if there's anyone else in the chambers, please come up as well.
My name's Nick Labakis, and I'm a direct neighbor of the project. I live on Rose Lane. And there's the last 3 years, our well has been pretty iffy. We've run out of water a couple times, like other neighbors just east of me have. And I had to put in a water tank, 3,000 gallons to help out. But that well usually runs around, it's 75 feet deep. And it runs about 40 feet of water on a good year. The last 3 years it's gone down as much as 10 feet. And that gets pretty iffy. Everybody starts punching holes up on a hill there, we're gonna be out of water. And that's about it. And water's the most important thing there is.
Thank you.
I guess I could close at this point with just, we think there's a need for additional testing, and I think Matt Earnshaw kind of touched on that. I know he's mentioned to me they should be pumping more like 72 hours at whatever rate they would probably be drawing or over when they're planting, and you know, that helps establish a model. At a minimum, we think somehow we need to get the growers, and it's probably a little late on some of them, but to participate in monitoring. I mean, if we're going to allow this to proceed. I know, again, I mentioned that 5 or 8 of the property owners in that Burns Valley area are working on working with the county water resources to do monitoring on our wells, and we're hoping it's going to be more than twice a year, especially right now with the drought situation exacerbated by use upstream for the cannabis growing. Somehow, the applicant has to be held accountable if, in fact, the applicant's use does start impacting our water supply. And I'm not sure how you do that. Again, I realize we're in a drought. That's going to affect things, but we also feel that with the number of grows, legal and illegal, in the Ogden Canyon area, the vineyards. I know there was a lady that spoke at the prior hearing, talked about cannabis growing in agriculture, and what your motion wasn't going to deal with was water. So it's not just a local problem in Burns Valley, but we just are really concerned about the future of our water, the more uses that happen up there. So I guess I can leave it at that at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, did you want to?
Well, yeah, I would just reiterate that the applicant's hydrologist indicated if they develop out the entire area there in Ogden Canyon, and then you add the existing ag wells to that, and then the minimal water that is used by domestic wells, that would amount to using over half of the water available in the Burns Valley aquifer over the course of a summer, the growing season. I don't know, how a hydrologist can suggest that they can, even if you could recharge that over the winter, it's not going to keep us, our water that's in that first 100 feet from our wells going dry. It just can't happen.
And real quick, again, Scott Brown at Caltech Pump had talked about wells working as a conduit to allow the water to go from one aquifer to the other. And he also feels there's a zone of influence. In other words, all these wells influence ours. He called it a zone of influence, and I think that's a very valid point. So we'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just want to add that any use permits that has been approved for cannabis, there is in the ordinance to do monitoring of water. So if this is approved, that is already in there to make sure to monitor.
With that, we'll invite the applicant up, and what I'll do is after the applicant gives their presentation, I will allow the folks online or anyone else in the chambers that would like to state something for public input before we come back to the board and go from there. So, the floor is yours.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Richard Knoll, Lakeport, representing Lake Vista Farms. And I just want to mention that we have our team here, a number of comments that we'd like to present in response to the appeal. And we also have our attorney online, Brad Johnson, and our groundwater hydrologist, Dr. Angie Dodd, is also online, and they would both like to make a few comments. Yesterday, a packet was emailed to the board. I also have some hard copies that I'd like to pass out to the board, and I have one extra copy for county staff. Also have a set of site plans that if there's any need for anyone to review those site plans, have copies of those available. So I do, before I get into a short presentation, we weren't really sure how much time we might have today, so we were sort of trying to compress everything. We thought we might only have 3 minutes per person, but couple of things that I do want to respond to. Number one is the issue of the use of water for dust on a nearby site that is under construction and the possible impact of that on someone's nearby well. Not really sure how that is relevant to our project, and not really certain if that's a factual situation or not. I'm not sure, but was it Mr. Flora that was online that wanted to speak? I think it would be important to hear from him at some point relatively soon regarding the 1,000-foot setback. You know, we went to the city council gave Mr. Flora, the city manager, they granted the authority to him to make the decision on the 1,000-foot setback. We have the letter. You know, he can further explain that at this point, but I think it would be beneficial to the board to hear that.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Mr.
Please.
Flora, if you're online, please unmute and give your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Crandall and board members. So I'm happy to address a little bit about the 1,000-foot setback, but there's just a couple of other items that I wanted to mention. I was able to view most of the hearing last week, and there's just a couple of things that I believe related to the city's involvement that weren't extremely precise that were presented, and so I wanted to share perspective on that. First is the sphere of influence. Staff had stated that the project is within the city's sphere of influence / city limits, which isn't accurate. The city doesn't really have a sphere of influence. It's considered coterminous with the city boundary. So of course, that means that the project is not within the sphere of influence, but is it within 1,000 feet of the city boundary. There was also reference to a March 30th email that was sent by me to community development that implied that there had been no change in the status of the city's letter. I wanted to point out that that email for me did not state that, and I could provide that to you if necessary. However, the sentiment that was shared is accurate, that we don't see that there's been any circumstances that have changed that would necessitate the city revisiting the letter of support. And as Mr. Hughes mentioned, the City Council will likely discuss whether to have a different approach on future projects related to this setback. But at this time, the city doesn't have an interest in revisiting this particular letter. And then the board may have some questions about that. That's fine. But the only other thing I wanted to mention was there was quite a bit of discussion about the monitoring well in the Burns Valley area. There's one Kaz Gym monitoring well. And as I understand, that's a well that's actually owned by the city now on a piece of property that we purchased. And there was a member of the public that had stated that the casing in that well may have collapsed, and the most recent data indicated that the groundwater level in that well was at the lowest point in 45 years. We actually just had this well tested in the last couple of weeks, and and recently installed. The part of the casing was collapsed. We put a new casing in. The static water level on that well, as of a couple weeks ago, is 13 feet below ground level and pumps 220 gallons a minute. So I'm not sure where that information came from, but because we just had a recent report on it, I wanted to share that information with the board. So that's really all I had, unless there's any questions about the city's involvement in the letter of support in the 1,000-foot setback.
Thank you, Mr. Flora. Any questions? Supervisor Pyska.
So Alan, that water level with your test, is that, how does that look historically?
I don't have anything more than they did the 8-hour pump test a few weeks ago, and I haven't tried to pull the historic records. I mean, they're available online through the state's website, I think. I haven't looked at those. But I don't know, I find it hard to believe that at 13 feet below ground, it's at the lowest level in 45 years, is the only point I was trying to make.
All right, thank you. All right, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One additional follow-up comment regarding the grading quantity that was referenced. The grading permit, the approved grading violation clearance permit that we submitted to the county last year, I've got an approved copy of that if anyone would like to see that. But the grading quantity taken from the engineered plans that accompanied the permit application was 1,315 cubic yards, and so that was the volume of fill. The volume of excavation was the same volume, so it was a balanced grading, and there was no import or export occurring. So that came off the plans that were reviewed and approved by the county. I'm sure Mr. Johnson, our attorney, is going to get into his submittal to you, but I do want to refer you to the photos in the packet that was just passed out to you. And I can attest to taking these photos on Saturday. Went out to the site, took...
The pictures from Mr. Johnson, not the pictures that we were just shown earlier in the presentation from Mr. McGinnis?
Yeah, these are the photos in the presentation, right. And there's a section heading, section 3, called current condition of the project site. That's a real brief review.
Again, just to clarify, you said the pictures in the presentation. You mean the pictures in the document that we received from Mr. Johnson that have yet to be presented? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, what's the date on that? I think it's dated May 9th. The photos were taken Saturday, May 7th. I went out and took all of these photos. Each of the cultivation sites were photographed. On page 2 of section 3, you will see the Northwest Hopsfield, site A. You know, it shows none of those hoop houses or any of those plants obviously are in place. It's on page 4 is the Southwest Clearing, site B, which is the area that was graded. There are 4 photos of that site taken from different directions, including from down below the graded terraces, and they show how stable the site is, and the fact that you know, there's what I understand to be 2-to-1 slope, and you know, that was all you know, seeded and stormwater mitigation in place. On page 6, the Northeast Hopsfield, site C, which is the location of where that evidently some people were living. That's that barn. It was locked up. I couldn't get inside, but I did take a photo of the barn itself as well as the proposed cultivation areas. And then Site D and E are the central hops field and the chaparral clearing. But I think these photos reflect how buttoned up and secure the site is. I mean, there's really not much going on there right now. So be happy to further explain any of that if need be. So with that, I just want to get into some short comments, and I do have a handout about this, but I want to talk about two and possibly three things. And before I do that, I'm remiss. I wanted to introduce Brian Pensack. He's the one of the owners of the project, and he's here to answer any questions and make a short presentation himself. So the two or possibly three things that I'd like to talk about is the conformance with the county ordinances and regulations, the public benefit issues, and possibly public water policy. Almost 4 years ago, I was asked to assist in putting together the use permit application for this project. I reviewed the plans, I did a tour of the site, I looked at the various cultivation sites. I could tell fairly quickly that this project fit pretty well what I understood the county was looking for with respect to the cannabis cultivation ordinance. We then put together the application, all of the forms and the property management plan and the cultural resources report and the engineered site plans and the biological reports and all of that, submitted it to the county. We followed up on the incomplete letter that we got with additional documentation. We got the early activation. When we became aware of the notice of violation, we responded quickly with multiple remediation actions, and we made that situation right. When the county adopted the urgency drought ordinance, we complied with what your principal planner has described as one of the best cumulative impact reports on groundwater he's seen. We believe strongly that this application conforms to county requirements. The county set this process in motion by adopting the cannabis ordinance. The applicant filed the use permit application in accordance with county ordinances. County staff has consistently recommended approval of the project. The project is consistent with the general plan. It's also consistent with Article 51 of your zoning ordinance, the use permit criteria. As a planner and an economic development professional and a housing program manager with a degree in urban and regional planning and over 40 years of experience, I understand the public benefit issues that are generated from a land development project like this, including the generation of county revenues, job creation, generation of personal disposable income that in this case will help support Clear Lake families, enhancement of the local economy, and strengthening the Clear Lake housing market. I hope you consider all these benefits when you consider action on this appeal and a decision on the project. And I just want to talk about housing a little bit here because one of the most fundamental housing development incentives that the county can implement to support projects like Lake Vista Farms, because they do create jobs and they do create disposable income. And good jobs and income are what families really need to afford decent housing. County staff has recommended denial of the appeal and approval of the use permit. Please respect the decision of the Planning Commission, the recommendation of staff, the intent of the county regulations, deny the appeal, and approve the use permit for the project. I guess maybe I'm slightly hesitant to finish with this, but I do want to talk a little bit about some work we did in looking at the Burns Valley Basin. This was actually done in connection with an appeal that went to the City Council in Clear Lake. And, you know, we looked at the land use characteristics of that lower Burns Valley area within the city of Clear Lake. And what we saw there, and this was done in the context of trying to understand what is going on there, why are you know, folks having some issues with their wells. And it was, you know, a legitimate attempt to try and understand the situation. We actually reached out to the appellant on multiple occasions to try and talk to them about what the circumstances were. But, you know, the bottom line is that lower Burns Valley area within the city of Clear Lake is a highly developed area. What we did is we counted the number of parcels, and the area is not super well defined, but I counted 230 parcels. And, you know, all of this is within the city of Clear Lake. I've got a boundary if you want to get into this, but there is a mix of residential, there are some commercial uses, there's some community facilities like the excuse me, the senior center. There's some higher density developments, and there's some areas that are served with both community water and sewer. And there are also a number of existing orchards, walnut orchards, it appears, that are still existing within this area. So it's kind of a unique region of the city of Clear Lake. And but what's kind of striking is the fact that almost 80% of the area is developed. We're talking mostly 2 to 3 acre parcels. There's a relatively high percentage of land that is developed. And so without getting into a lot of discussion about this, it is my view as a former city planner, and I commend the city of Clear Lake for this. They are beginning to look at what I believe is really necessary in that lower Burns Valley area, which is essentially a water system master plan, a water, and maybe it's not all community water system, but you know, there's a need to really look at you know, what's going on in this area, and to address the issues from a public policy perspective. Alan, Flora, and I have talked about this a little bit. I know that the city recently obtained some grant funding to look at tying the individual water purveyors, intertying the water systems, and you know, that's a good thing. And my only point for really bringing this up is that there's more going on here than, you know, the impact of existing agriculture or proposed cannabis farms in the upper region of the aquifer. And so, you know, we've produced some data. EBA has produced some data. You know, combining that information is probably a good start in terms of you know, getting kind of a handle on what's really going on. And let me just conclude with this. You know, dealing with these kinds of matters on an appeal where there's conflict and so forth isn't really the answer, in my opinion. Getting together, trying to solve issues, much like the earlier discussion regarding the fire-wise, the wildland fire issue, getting people together to try and address these issues is really ultimately what needs to happen here. So with that, I'm going to conclude my comments. I do want to ask our attorney, Mr. Johnson, to come online. Also want to ask Angie Dodd to make any comments that they feel appropriate at this point. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. And if you were named, if you can raise your hand and unmute, you'd have your time to give your testimonial. There he is. Go ahead, sir, if you're up.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Brad Johnson, land use attorney for applicant Lake Vista Farms here. Appreciate the time again to speak with the board today. I know there's been a fair amount of discussion on this project already. Thanks to Mr. Knoll for his presentation. I wanted to just touch on a few points that we raised in our submittal that we submitted to the board yesterday. Again, I apologize for the timing of this submittal. We did our best. It was a team effort to put together that response and get it to the board as soon as possible following last week's hearing. I know it's not ideal to receive something that's 45 pages a day before the hearing, but we did our best to keep it short and summarized to the extent we could. The purpose of the document that we submitted yesterday was to show the board that we had looked at and considered seriously each of the concerns and questions that the board raised at the last hearing. We wanted to show that we've considered each of those points and that we have a response for each of them, and hopefully that response is satisfactory to the board. So again, I'm going to cover off very quickly just a few of these sections. And Mr. Knoll has already touched on several of them. And then I think Ms. Dodd may, or Dr. Dodd may touch on a couple as well if she feels the need to do so. So turning first to one of the questions that the board raised, this would be kind of what we called Section 4 regarding the scope of the project ISM&D. I know that Council Grant stated that this was attorney argument. That's technically correct. We did our best to stay out of the realm of argument. So what we did was just excerpt the ISM&D. Page 2 of the ISM&D clearly calls out the early activation issue, the notice of violation, the grading that was performed. And the reason that we excerpted that in this document was just to show the board that the ISM&D was prepared after the grading activities that occurred in May 2020, and that those activities were appropriately part of the environmental baseline that was considered in the ISM&D. The next page in that section cites several cases that have addressed this type of an issue where environmental conditions were caused by unauthorized or illegal activities, and the courts have repeatedly confirmed that those conditions are properly part of the environmental baseline and don't require some sort of separate or different analysis. So that's the purpose of that Section 4 there. So moving on, the next section I'll touch on is what we call Section 5, Attention to Cultural Resources. Chair Crandall raised the very important question of whether the area that was graded in May 2020 had been assessed for possible cultural resources. And so we felt it was very important to demonstrate that yes, it had been before it was graded. The cultural resources report was prepared and submitted to the county in August 2019. So nearly a year before the grading activities occurred in May 2020. And that work and report included a full cultural resources assessment, a site visit, as well as extensive outreach to local tribes following the recommendation of the Native American Heritage Commission. There was one tribe, the Khoi Nation, Northern California, that did respond to that outreach effort, did visit the site, and did confirm that the site did not contain any sensitive cultural resources. So I wanted to provide the board assurances that that very important issue had been properly handled before the grading was performed in May 2020. The next issue I wanted to address very briefly has to do with Ordinance 3112, and I believe that staff addressed this issue adequately, and Council Grant concurred with staff's opinion at the last hearing, simply that because the grading and violation issues were fully cleared prior to the board's adoption of Ordinance 3112, that ordinance would not have effect to this project. We agree with that conclusion. I also provided some basic background law. This is Hornbook law regarding California's general rule regarding retroactivity. So anyway, that's in there for the board's information. The basic rule is that ordinances and statutes do not have retroactive effect unless they expressly state that they are intended to have retroactive effect. And of course, Ordinance 3112 does not include a retroactivity statement. The next section I wanted to talk about was what we would call Section 8, Other Agency Approvals. This was again in response to a question raised at the last hearing regarding whether other necessary approvals were in place prior to the grading activity in May 2020. And we wanted to provide assurance to the board that yes, there was a CDFW approved lake and stream bed alteration agreement in place that was in place in August 2019. That was approved by CDFW following a site visit. And the site was also properly enrolled for coverage under the State Water Board's Cannabis General Order that also occurred in August 2019. So we wanted to provide assurance to the board that those elements were properly in place. I think the last statement I wanted to make is concerning the engineer's comments from EBA. One of the things that I think Dr. Dodd touched on this in her presentation last week that makes this site very different than other cannabis projects is that it was formerly cultivated as a hops farm. That is fact. And so what that means is there is a long history, a baseline of water use at this site. And so in terms of analyzing the project's effects, the way that Sscra works is a potential project is always analyzed against the baseline conditions. And so Sscra requires lead agencies to look at the delta between the baseline conditions and the conditions that would be introduced by the project. So in this circumstance, the project would use actually less water than the baseline use. And so just as a matter of law, this project cannot have a significant project level or cumulative level impact on groundwater resources. And also lastly, just wanted to touch on a comment that the EBA representative made in closing. He said, it's not the appellant's burden to show that the project would have a significant impact. Just as a matter of law, that statement is not correct. What the board has in front of it is a substantial body of evidence, substantial evidence, submitted by the applicant, prepared by and submitted by the county in terms of the ISM&D and staff reports, showing that the project will not have significant impacts. And in this context, the appellant must show, to the contrary, by substantial evidence, that the project may have a significant impact. And so what that means is, indeed, yes, the applicant, or the appellant rather, must introduce evidence showing substantial evidence indicating that the project may have a substantial impact, rather than simply making arguments that there's more study needed or there's not enough data. In our letter that we submitted prior to last week's hearing, we included some case law citations touching on this point, that expert arguments that more data is needed is not substantial evidence. Speculation is not substantial evidence. And so what we heard today from the EBA representative was he thinks it could have impacts, but that's very different than saying we have data indicating that it may have impacts. And so I wanted to just draw that distinction for the board today. I'm here to answer questions, should there be any. I appreciate your time. And I turn it back to Mr. Knoll or Dr. Dodd as he sees fit.
I would like at this point, Mr. Chair, to ask Dr. Dodd if she has any additional input or comments, and then would like to, with your concurrence, invite Mr. Pensack to make comments.
Sounds good. Ms. Dodd or Dr. Dodd, if you can unmute and give your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Angie Dodd. I'm with North Point Consulting Group, and I'm going to keep this fairly brief because I've stated this twice now at the last two hearings. But again, I'm a licensed engineer with a PhD in water resources engineering, emphasizing in surface and groundwater modeling. I was the one that prepared the hydrology report, the response to the appeal, and supporting information. I just wanted to clarify a few items and restate them. The issue with the wells in the Burns Valley Basin that the appellant is discussing are wells that are in the alluvial aquifer. They're fairly shallow wells from what I've heard spoken on the few hearings that we've had. They're wells that are in the range of 50 to 100 feet deep. Those are in the shallow alluvium, more affected by drought, and they're condensed in that lower basin. The wells associated with the project, the well associated with the monitoring well in the basin are in the deeper basin outside of the alluvium, and those wells are shown to be fairly productive. It's my understanding that the reason why the domestic wells are shallow is because the water in the deeper basin is not of good water quality. That's also an indicator that the shallower alluvium isn't connected to the deeper aquifer. The storage in the aquifer, preliminary calculations to update the 2006 groundwater study, there's about 12,000 acre feet of storage. The projected demand, including residential and future potential activities, is about 720 acre feet. So the storage is 12,000 acre feet, quite a bit more than that current and projected demand in the basin. The recent well tests that were conducted in February confirmed the productivity of the wells on site. So that's just another indicator that the water is available. In addition, the long-term monitoring in the basin has shown consistent recharge, and the project proposes monitoring and a reporting plan to identify potential drawdown and impacts to the surrounding area and any adjustments as necessary. So again, in trying to keep it brief, I'm here if anybody has further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Pensack?
Oh, thank you. Members of the board, I want to thank you for hearing our case again, and it's a pleasure for me to kind of give you my perspective of things, because a lot of stuff was thrown out. Mr. McGinnis, Ms. Darby, thank you for taking over. We've had a series of planners, and we have a great one now, so thank you. So one of the things it's obvious, at least from what's been shown, that we've complied with all the county and ordinances, so I don't need to talk about that. But I want to talk a little bit about our intention and what happened with the leases in our property. So as you know, we were granted early activation in February of 2020, and at that point we were searching for a leasee, someone to lease our property. And we found a group that was quite reputable, we thought, and we entered into a lease agreement with them. Now, before we did this, though, we talked with our council and we said, what are all the possibilities of things that could happen? And we didn't come up with this, but Canocti Farm Management helped us. Some of the issues around cannabis that we should be prepared for and put into our contract. And I think it's important that you understand that we were very serious about this. We've paid attention to everything. We've tried to mitigate as much of the problems that actually occurred. But I just wanted to give you just a couple of clauses that we had in our lease that I think will help to show at least our intention. One of them was that the leasee had to apply and show proof of state license within the first 14 days. Now, things happened so quickly. By the time they were supposed to even show proof of this, they had practically already breached this contract. Another clause that we had in there is that the lessees had to apply for a grading permit within 5 calendar days after the county issues our cultivation permit and provide the landlord with evidence, et cetera. We had a compliance agreement that we were going to have a bi-monthly, 2 times a month compliance meeting. Our first one was supposed to happen within 14 days of signing the contract, and timing-wise, it's never happened because they just went, it was ready, fire, aim, and by the time we even knew that there was an issue, we had pretty much gotten this violation notice. So we tried, and we did the best we can, but yes, it is our responsibility as the landlord, but what we did right afterwards is within 7 days of receiving the notice of violation, we had pretty much everything taken care of in terms of remediation. We reached out to the county numerous times, and again, COVID was just starting, so it wasn't that easy to get in touch with the county, but we did our best. We hired our counsel. The hoop houses were removed within 7 days of the notice. The stabilizing earthwork performed to the grading area was done within 7 days. Stormwater management, and we even had 2 engineering proposals within 7 days of the violation, and those were full proposals by Vanderwall Engineering. So we submitted all of this to the county, and then it was almost 2 years until it came to a head, and we ended up sitting in front of the board. So I think we've paid a dear price for what happened. I think we took it head on. We dealt with it. We saw what happened. We reached out to the county. We said, what can we do? You know, let us know. What can we do? And that was our attitude, and it helped us. But that was, I just want you to understand kind of where we're coming from and how we've gotten to where we are today. So thank you again for your time and attention.
Thank you. And I see that, Mr. Johnson, you have your hand up. Did you have something else to add, or is that just from the last statement you made?
Sorry, I will lower it now. I apologize.
Okay.
Garrett, did you want to? Yeah. Can
Come on up.
Can Garrett?
Did he swear in?
I think it's open. It's for the 3-minute comment. It's a letter from Bobby Ducher. I would think you'd want that when we.
Right. So yeah, if you want to come up and when I open it up for the 3-minute comments, we'll do that. You're right, sir. Okay. Thank you. All right. Is there anything else to add, Mr. Knoll, or?
I don't think so at this point. There may be some additional public input, but I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions now before? With that, we'll open it up for the public comments and that you were just describing, sir, if you'd like to.
Hello, my name is Garrett Burdick. I'm one of the owners of Lake Vista Farms. And we received a letter from Bobby Ducher. He unfortunately wasn't able to make it today because of a prior engagement, but he wanted me to read this. And that's what I'm going to do today. Bobby Ducher, president of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. The chamber not only represents the view of Lake County business community, but on the community at large. He says, I was the listing and selling agent when the current owners bought the property. They were looking for a ranch to do a cannabis farm. The hops farm on Ogulin Canyon seemed like the ideal site. It had multiple areas cleared for hops farming, multiple wells, easy access, and more gentle ground for future expansion. The prevailing winds from the west would direct any odors to the BLM wilderness area to the east that the general public had very limited access to. When a buyer starts the purchasing process of an agricultural property, the first concern is water. I had this ranch in escrow shortly before the current owners bought it, and that buyer hired Caltech pumps to pump test the well. The well logs were a few years old. They had been airlifted, and the buyer at that time wanted to be sure the aquifers were performing adequately. I personally met Scott Brown at the gate and accompanied him to the first well to be tested in the center of the property. He disconnected the line, turned the pump on as hard as it would pump, and measured the flow and static water level. After 10 or 15 minutes, the static water level stabilized, and we spent the next 2 hours telling hunting stories. Well tests are not interesting. The well performed consistently with the well log report. Scott was not the least bit concerned over these wells. He had installed the pumps and was very confident in each well's performance. I had to leave before he tested any others. The buyers at the time were completely satisfied with the results, and these tests were given to the current owners. Contrary to the EBA report supplied by the appellant, the wells were pump tested. When a buyer investigates water, they want to know the truth. If there is not adequate water, they cancel the sale and find a more suitable location. The Hops Farm was one of the best ranches I've ever sold for cannabis farming in terms of water availability. The EBA report mentions the fact that numerous wells were dug on the property, suggesting that this was done since the existing wells were inadequate. This is patently false. When the hops were being planted, one ag well was established at the entrance to the ranch for that field. When they expanded to the field on the top of the ridge, they did not want to install a quarter mile of water lines and bigger pump to lift the water. They simply dug a new well at the location. Same thing at the northeast site. For that hops field, they just dug another well for convenience sake. The building site at the eastern end of the property has spectacular views. They considered building a home there, so the first step was to make sure there was water at that location, so they dug another well. By doing this, they spread the water demand completely across the ranch, easing the demand of the aquifers. So he goes on to, so I'll quickly, he just says, thanks to all the supervisors, thanks to all the supervisors. So,
Can I just ask a date on that letter?
what's that?
Is there a date on the letter?
A date on this letter?
last
Probably
week.
2 days ago.
Oh, you said 2 days, okay.
I'm not sure, within the last week.
Yeah, we received it in our email.
Or you guys got it?
We do have it, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so I see someone else coming up. And sir, the green hat, I know you came up earlier. If you wanted to come back up, you have an opportunity.
Hi, my name is Mike Mitzel. I've worked with Brian and Richard on this project since the very beginning. I helped design it and set it all up, and I personally think it's one of the better areas for the cannabis project in the county. I worked with Brian with the tenants, and I want to just give a little testimony on what he said and what I seen when I was there and what happened. I feel like Lake Vista did everything they possibly could to assure that their tenants did follow the rules. They had a bunch of different clauses in the contract, which Brian talked about, and which I recommended that he did, which was set a hard line to apply for a state license, make sure that the new leasees came to the county and turned in all of their background checks and were identified as the operators. There was a few other things that were put into that contract to make sure that they didn't break the rules. Once we became aware that they were breaking the rules, Brian and Garrett, they did everything they could to make sure that it was handled correctly, and I'd really hate to see them be punished for what the leasees did. I feel like as a property owner, you definitely have a responsibility, but you can't control everything that somebody that leases your property does. And I mean, in a normal tenant situation, you do a once a year site visit to check out what's going on with your property. They had every 2 weeks we were going to do compliance visits. They had, all the rules about them applying for the state license, about just following all the rules in general. And I just really feel like Brian and Garrett covered their bases on it. And again, once the violations were found, we did everything we could as fast as possible to make sure that they were corrected, to make sure that there was no environmental damage from the grading. I personally organized all of the stormwater management stuff to be put up. And I came back in October and did another round of hydro seeding just to be sure that there was no erosion caused by the grading. And like I said, I just really feel like they covered their side of the obligation of a property owner, and I'd hate to see them just never be able to get this project off the ground because of what the leasees did. Thank you.
Yeah, just David Gouldsby, and live in the Burns Valley area. I just wanted to clarify something that Alan Flora said about the well. It's the only well that is monitored in the Burns Valley district. The data that I referenced came from the Lake County Water Resources Department. And that's where we got the information regarding that the well was, as of 10/5/21, which was the most current well testing there, it was the lowest it had been in 45 years. And I'm not surprised that it's come back up, since we're now at a point where they'll probably be monitoring it again here in, after the rains stop. So just wanted to clarify that.
And then, did you have something? Mr. Earnshaw, if you would like to, I see you have your hand up, and if you'd like to unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Wanted to add a couple more items in response to some of the comments that have been made. I guess the first one is with respect to the report itself. And I guess there was a comment made that staff said it was one of the better reports that they've seen. I don't doubt that that was said, but I just wanted to bear in mind, I don't know if I can share my screen or not, but if I could, I'd like to do that for a second. But in any event, the report that we were asked to review back in August did not have a geologic map. It didn't have any pump testing data. And if there was a pump test that was done upon sale that was provided to the new owner, that should have been in this report and provided rationale as to what that information should have been in there. There was no discussion of the total use of the cumulative impact of all the different areas. That was provided back in February. It looks like there was a report that was augmented. They were on the record saying 1 inch of rainfall in the drainage area will be enough to recharge for the project without taking into account the other projects. The drought recharge calculations were flawed in the way they used an annual time step instead of a monthly time step. Frankly, the geology is wrong. I'm just going to state it like that, and I can pull up their geologic map and show you how basically what they're saying the aquifer is underlying Burns Valley isn't correct. And there's mentions of the shallow and deeper aquifer, and keeps mentioning like, well, it's not connected. There really isn't a good discussion about those two aquifers, and the deeper aquifer that they're saying is the lower lake formation. It's not the lower lake formation. And so all these things in context, yes, we can, whether those are significant impacts or not to your evaluation of it's the cumulative impact to the Burns Valley wells, I'll leave that up to somebody else. But the point being is that the report in and of itself didn't provide what was required in our estimation for level of comfort to make this kind of decision. That's all I have to say.
And so if we can let him share a screen briefly and get straight to the point, so we can allow him to do that, because I know you wanted to share something. If you can do that briefly, so we can get through that.
So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the figure that was provided in the February 3rd, 2022 response to appeal comments by North Point. The wells up here in the blue and the red. The primary water that's coming out of there is coming out of this brown unit. See the brown unit here?
Yes.
The brown unit underlies this unit over here, this kind of mauve color to the east. The brown unit underlies it. The brown unit is described as a non-marine terrace deposit, so it's a volcanic. It's non-marine. The lower lake formation, which is down here, which is called the deeper aquifer in all the reports, the lower lake formation is a marine. It's a lacustrine deposit. It has fossils in it. It's like a chalk. It's commonly found out in the Thurston Lake area. You'll see it around the rhyolites out in the Thurston Lake area. This is thought to underlie maybe part of this, but it's definitely not the water that Burns Valley is getting. This is a flow that can, undifferentiated flow or an erosional volcanic. So you can see these are all tied together. Here's here's the highway, and here's where most of the homes are. So to say the shallow alluvium's not tied to the same aquifer is not, in my mind, accurate. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And I didn't know if you had a statement for that or anything like that, or do you want to wait till after we finish public input, or?
Yeah, I'll defer to Dr. Dodd.
It looks like Mr. Johnson. Oh, go ahead. Go.
Yep, I'm unmuted. This is Angie Dodd with North Point Consulting. If you look at the hydrology reports that are prepared for Lake County, there's a variety of analytical methods that are conducted. I think there's evidence based on the fact, if we talk about geology, the geology map was produced in our February 2nd or 3rd report. But if you talk about connectivity, again, you see the geology, but it is a matter of an opinion, especially when you have these deeper wells that have been shown time and again to be very prolific, as well as the water quality not matching that of the shallower alluvium. So again, this water, there's demonstrated sufficient water for this project. There is a baseline condition, and the project proposes monitoring in terms of lending evidence of a significant impact. It still has not been provided, and I stand by my analyses. So if you have any questions, I'm here, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I don't see any other hands. Well, I see the same hands up with Mr. Earnshaw. However, I think that's from the last one. And let's see over here. We have Sarah. I see a hand up from Sarah. If you can unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the Board of Supervisors. I've been listening for my own education. I want to know more about how all these projects, I'm not against cannabis, but I want to know how all these projects do affect California in general and the droughts that we have, and agriculture in general does affect our aquifers.
Okay, I think we lost the person. So with that, we'll go ahead and, doesn't look like we have any other public input. We'll bring it back. And Ms. Grant, did you have something to add?
I'm just asking if your board's going to close the public hearing now for purposes of deliberation, or if you're going to leave it open for board.
We were going to close it. Did you have something else, sir? You have your hand up.
I just had a couple of comments.
If you would like to come up and make your last comments, then we'll move forward from there.
Also, Mr. Chair, if your board has any further questions, you should leave the hearing open to entertain.
Is there questions from anyone for the appellant or the applicant before we make a deliberation?
I guess I do have some questions.
Okay. Do you want to let him make his statement first and then go ahead? All right.
I just had a couple of comments. I know Mr. Noel mentioned touring the neighborhood. Certainly down by the Safeway Shopping Center, there's an Orchard Park. That area has now Highlands of water and sewer. There's some apartments there. They have water and sewer. They're not using the Burns Valley wells. Our area is, again, kind of uphill and east towards the project. And again, we feel that there is a tie-in between the two aquifers. Yes, the upper aquifer is going to be better quality. That doesn't mean that our aquifer doesn't flow down into the lower aquifer and then it changes the quality of the water. The area in Burns Valley is mostly 1.25 acres. I know Mr. Knoll said 2 to 3 acres. It's more like 1.25 acre parcels, 2.5 acre parcels. I have no idea how many are developed with homes. I know there's probably not anybody that irrigates walnuts if you still have walnuts on your property. And then there was some discussion about the lessee. To me, it would take a while to build 5 or 6 acres of hoop houses and bring in plants and put the plants in place. And it just seems to me, you know, they're making it sound like, boy, we had all these things in our lease and we were keeping an eye out. And, you know, I don't know how long it takes to build that many hoop houses. I mean, there were pictures, I guess some of them were still under construction. But it seems to me that if he was really being diligent, he would have noticed it before the county came in and issued the notice of violation. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't want to be argumentative, but I do feel maybe we do need to get together, put the brakes on this project, get together and talk about the water issues and maybe do a little more study on it before we allow it to proceed. Mr. Pinsack did call me a couple of times. He had Mrs. Dodd on the phone with him. At one point, he actually said, hey, rather than pay an attorney, I can put some money aside, and if somebody has a problem with their well.
Taken out of context. Can I respond to this?
Yeah, when he finishes, let him finish briefly.
Well, I'm just relaying a phone conversation, and Ms. Dodd did ask, hey, can we get information on wells? And a number of the people that live in Burns Valley didn't want to give that information up necessarily at that time because they thought that information might be used against them. I mean, that's what they told me. I don't want to give them my information. They might use it against me. So again, it's not that they wanted to be uncooperative. They were just uncertain as to what kind of results might come out of that. So, I mean, he did offer, I'll put some money aside. We never talked about an amount, but the first reaction to someone, he's going to drill a new well for me and my neighbor and another neighbor. We didn't feel that much money would be put up. So anyway, I'm not saying he was trying to bribe us or anything. He just offered to put some money aside to help people that were having problems with their well. And we didn't accept the offer. So.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pensack, you said you wanted to state something?
Sure. I mean, the bottom line is we did want to deal with this, and we went to him. I went to him.
Can you speak in the microphone?
Yeah.
I went to him personally and said, hey, I'm Brian. I'm one of the principals. Tell me what's going on. And after a conversation, I said, how about, would you like to get on a conversation paid by me, by us, with our hydrologist to answer some of your questions? And he said, yes. So we got on a conversation. We had a conversation with Angie Dodd, and he asked his questions. As far as any other thing, yeah, we said, you know, we're open to establishing a water fund that would be administered by the city or the county and not by us, if that's something that you're open to. And, you know, that never went any further. And so that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. And so, Sarah, if I see you on, before I close, I mean, I didn't really close it per se, but if you could be real brief, go ahead and unmute and please get on and say your statement.
Yes, it's in regards to the hydrology report and the aquifer. I see this. I like when experts are brought on board to give the facts and states purely facts without any bias. But I see that the same statement that Dr. Angie Dodd used today for the hydrology and used in the deeper aquifer with the deeper wells is the same argument that she used against many other cannabis projects, but in this case, she's using it in her favor. So how does science or analysis or unbiased reports can change based on opinion unless she has some financial benefit into this project? I do not believe science changes opinions or facts do change from one project to the other. And she used the same hydrology report today to promote this project and to promote why the wells of the neighbors are being dry when she's used it many times against other projects to deny them their permits. So if we can, if I can hear from the Board of Supervisors or from Dr. Dodd, how does the science or the analysis change depending on the project, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you have an answer for that, or
I do not, no.
maybe Ms. Dodd does?
This is Angie Dodd with North Point. I don't have a response to that or hearsay. I don't have a financial interest in this project. I just really don't know what to say to that. I just state the facts. I don't use something against a project. I may comment similar to Matthew's comments on another project, but I have no financial gain on this project. I've just been hired as a licensed civil engineer in water resources engineering, and I disagree with those statements that were made. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, your question, Supervisor Sabatier?
Well, I don't know how long the deliberations would go. I don't know if anybody on this board is looking for a lunch or staff is looking for a lunch, so I definitely want to put that out there.
Well, I'm hoping that we can come to a close soon and then do 7.4 briefly and go to a lunch or, something like that. But, yeah. Ms. Grant, did you have a statement?
I was just going to say, if you're leaving it open to allow for your board's questions, you may want to finish with that when you get to deliberations. It's up to you if you want to continue on to deliberations, but that'd be a cleaner line to stop.
I like that. Go ahead and ask your questions briefly, and then, or however long it needs to take, basically. But.
Okay. There's a violation on the notice of violation that nobody seems to be talking about. I haven't brought it up, and I just was reviewing the notice of violation, and that's an issue of fencing. It says in there, conditions of approval, section 9, I want to say. I'm going to open it up so I know that I'm saying it properly. So I'm opening up the attachment for conditions of approval. And I'm also opening up the violations attachment that was on our sorry, it's slow.
So while it's doing that, can I just make a quick statement? Because mine's not a question.
Please.
So there was a discussion and a portion in the handout that was given to us on section 5 about cultural resources, and I do appreciate that being provided. And I see that a lot of it was left to the commission to do the contacting and whatnot. And one thing I'd like to state is that even in 2019, the chairperson listed for Big Valley, in the comments it states that Mr. Jack was not available. He wasn't the chair at the time. There's a new chair at that time. So I know that really wasn't the case. And there's also there is an administrator, Ben Ray, and Sarah Ryan is the deputy as well. And so I just wanted to highlight that. The Elam Indian Colony, I see Mr. Garcia was not available. However, Batsul Brown, who's our planning commissioner for District 3, is a member of Elam and could have been probably utilized for that as well, or and whatnot. And I see that Dino Beltran, he is part of the Koi Nation, and that area is actually, that's pretty accurate to the area that would be adjacent to the Elam Indian Colony. So I see that was done, but it wouldn't, but there could be a little more. And I don't fault anyone per se. I just think this is the way it's been, and we need to evolve in this process as AB 52 has come forward and cultural resources and whatnot. And so, another thing to add is that the Michelle Wapo tribe, I'm not sure why they're listed, but that's, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah. And if they were to be listed, I don't see why Yocha Dehe wasn't, listed as well. But I know that this has to do with the commission that was, that stated their outreach to that. So I don't put any fault per se. But I do say that many of you have been in a lot of these hearings and a lot of the cultivation discussions, things of that nature. And I think, I could say that there could be done a little more outreach in that. I have to do it when it comes to a project in my district. I know Lars is in the back, and we're working on a project that a year later after we set forward, we had to go through a Sscra process because something came up. And so I just think that I'm not saying that that's anything here, I'm just giving my opportunity to be on a soapbox, to let everybody know that a better job can be done to reach out to tribes. Sarah Ryan works with us on a lot of other things around the lake, things like that. And so I know it says also Middletown was reached out to. I know Supervisor Simon is listed as the chair. However, there's other people that work at the tribe as well that do things, and I know I've seen them at different places. It doesn't just necessarily have to be that. I see they reached out to Alan Flora, and nobody's reaching out to Dirk Slutin for the city. So I mean, there's just other listing names that we can all do a better job of, and I know that some of that could be put on the tribes as well. So I'm only highlighting that for reference. So.
Yeah, so I'll just start with the violations. I know that the attorney, Brad Johnson, did a good job of sidestepping the lack of a state permit, but thank you, Mr. Pensack, for being honest. I don't know how somebody can get a state permit in 14 days, so I'm not quite sure how that fits in the lease.
Just applying for it.
But you got your early activation in February, and nothing was applied for at all, period, let alone the leasee and expecting it for it to happen within 14 days. So that didn't happen. And then we go down to item number 9, condition approval number 9, which is a different set of conditions of approval than what the use permit is, because it was early activations approval, so it's actually below at the bottom of the violations. And it says that in early activation that you cannot have a fence that is taller than 7 feet. So obviously you had a fence that was taller than 7 feet. And I'm looking at the, where is it? The pictures that Mr. Johnson just sent us, and I could see that the fence is still there. If you look at the very first picture on page, it's a little small. On my computer, I can blow it up a little bit more. And if you'd like, I can share the screen. But on page 2, the very first picture in the background between the trees, you can see literally that the Visqueen fence is still there. I went there this morning just for a site visit. The fence is also still there. And so I've consistently heard of the remediations, but I've never heard of remediation for the fence violation, which is a condition of approval number 9. And so I'm very curious about that. And then my question to our community development is, this obviously has a lot of history of violations, and we haven't done a site visit from August, and today I'm being asked to approve that there is no violations, and I'm very nervous about doing so when there's a history of violations. Today we learned of hemp to cannabis violations, which I was not aware of until today, and so I'm confused as to, I would like to see a site visit. I would like to see if the fence is in violation or not in violation, because I can't tell from that picture, but the fence is there originally from when this was brought to us. So that's my first point that I'd like to make. My second point is the initial study that doesn't really work for me. We're saying the initial study was done after the grading. The grading was done on Site B, and Site B says, and I'm just going to read the whole thing so everybody can hear it, this site is located towards the southwest corner of APN, blah, 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 on a ridge with an open field of approximately 6.5 acres. The area currently consists of grasses, brush, and some trees, and an existing road spans the length of the field. There are no streams within 150 feet of Site B. This area would be cleared and graded to plant up to 6.5 acres of cannabis canopy, refer to attachment A. The site would be accessed using existing on-site non-paved roads. A new 6-foot tall wire fence with galvanized posts would be constructed around the cultivation area and secured with 12-foot wide lock gates at the entrance and exit points. Irrigation water would be supplied by an existing well. Cultivation accessory items at Site B include temporary greenhouses, portable toilets, trash enclosure, pesticide and chemical storage facilities, stockpile area, and vegetative waste storage storage area, 2,500 gallon water storage tank, and a chemical storage facility. This area was originally cleared in 2013 to prepare for agricultural activities, and some grass and brush have grown in since. To prepare for cannabis cultivation, this area would be cleared and graded to plant up to 6.4 acres of cannabis canopy. I'm going to stop right there. This obviously was a report done prior to the grading, and we're being told that the initial study is not supposed to look at the illegal grading and have an issue with that and say we need a prior assessment. We need an assessment of what is it today, and this obviously is not making any statements that there's been recent grading. Here is the status of Site B. Then I'm going to go on again looking at Mr. Johnson's comments about the size of the area, and that is on his letter on page, oh, that's weird, it says page 1, but I know it's page 40 of the, it's on page 40 of his document that he sent us, where it has Site A through E, the area studied, the actual cultivation area, and the canopy area. And I don't know where this comes from, but the words are manipulated because it says actual cultivation area for Site A is 5.09 and canopy area is 4.07. If I go back to Site A on the initial study, it says Site A available area is 6, potential canopy is 5.1. And so there's, if it's actual cultivation is 5.1, but the canopy area is 4.07, again, those numbers don't match, including the, sorry, there's too many attachments that are open, where it says in the initial study that the available area is 7.8 for canopy and area for Site E, and Mr. Johnson says it's 7.8 for area studied, and actual cultivation area is 1.92. And again, the site maps don't match the initial study, that don't match what's being presented to us, and that concerns me because I need to know it in the site map, where are you doing these things? Is it still within the same footprint? I don't know. The site map tells me one thing. The canopy area of the initial study says another. So I'm questioning the timeline of the initial study because obviously it does not talk about grading. I'm questioning whether or not we have a Chapter 5 violation with fencing, if that's still there and still a violation. And I'm being asked to say that there are no current violations there. So those are my main issue. As far as some of the stuff that was stated about the water, I think that there's a fair argument to be said that downhill, water comes into a valley. That's why agriculture is typically done in a valley. That's why we have the Central Valley. That's why we have Burns Valley. That's why we have Big Valley. That's why we have High Valley, because that's where water gathers and that's where it's best for ag. You're up on a bit of a hill. It's not exactly up on a mountain, but it's higher elevation. And if you keep going down Highway 53, which I do all the time, you know that there's a mountain on your left and there's also a mountain on your right, meaning that that area is at the bottom where gravity will feed all that water into it. So in my opinion, there is a fair argument to say that there is not enough of an analysis on the actual cumulative impact to the area of the Burns Valley area. And I appreciate Mr. Knoll saying it's the lower Burns Valley Basin, because that is correct. It's the lower area of that basin where water eventually trickles down and collects. So if you start pulling water from up above, you're going to have impacts on the bottom. There was also a comment from Mr. Johnson about the history of the hops, and that's been done in phases. It started in 2008, again, more showed up in 2011, and another showed up sometime in between 2011 and 2018. If you're pulling more water than is being replenished, how many years does it take before you see the impacts, the cumulative impact to the neighbors? Does it take 10 years? Does it take 20 years? So I don't know that the history is necessarily long enough, and I don't know what Sscra says that it has to have a certain time. But in my opinion, yes, 100% hops requires a lot of water, but do we actually truly know what the impact of the hops was on the cumulative impact of the community that's downhill from there? So I have a lot of major concerns, and I don't even want to, I don't even know that I can use the violations, but the fact that you had foreign nationals living in a shed is ludicrous to me. The fact that you have no state license, nor did you attempt to get a state license, is a problem for me. And then all of these other issues, at this moment in time, I think there's enough information to tell me that this is not a complete packet, and that this needs to either restart again or whatever your decision is. But at this moment in time, I'm aiming towards approving the appeal.
Did you, I know it's still basically open, so if you had a statement, I know you came to the microphone, Mike, so.
I just have something to say about the fencing. Fencing was existing for the hops farm. The violation that was the fencing was they extended the fencing up with the black, with like some black shade cloth. That was what was noted in the violation, and that was taken down within that 7 days. So the fence is still there. The bottom part of the fence has the shade cloth, but it's not extended up past the height requirement, which that was what was the violation.
Thank you. So I see Brad has his hands up. Would you like to unmute briefly?
Thank you again. I would like, if the board would allow me to address some of the important concerns that Supervisor Sabatier raised. So concerning the Site B grading, the date of the ISM&D is stated on that document. It was circulated to the state clearinghouse. The county owned the document and did that circulation, and that was in October of, actually, I think it was circulated to the state clearinghouse in mid-October of 2021. So that is what it is. As far as the Site B grading area goes, so the way that baseline works and prior illegal activities work is, if the initial study describes Site B as being undisturbed, it's actually analyzing a more challenging baseline environment than an environment where the grading has already occurred. So as I said earlier, Sscra asks lead agencies to analyze the delta between existing baseline conditions and what the project would, and the project's potential impacts. So if the initial study described Site B as being undisturbed except for grading that happened in 2013, grading and clearing that happened in 2013, then the impact arguably would be greater with the project calling for or proposing grading and clearing that site again. So the fact that the project, the grading had already occurred in May of 2020 means that the delta between the existing conditions and the project are less still. So it's actually punitive to the project to have the initial study not describe that existing grading. So I wanted to just clarify that point, although it is confusing, I understand. But having the initial study describe a cleaner site or an undisturbed site is not a defect under Sscra. Again, Sscra asks lead agencies to analyze the full envelope of project impacts, and if projects result in less impacts than analyzed within that full envelope, that is compliant with Sscra. So that's the Site B grading issue. As far as the state licensing issue goes, so the way that state licensing works is only owners and authorized individuals can apply for state licenses. So in this case, Mr. Pensack and Mr. Burdick were not the owners of the operation. The lessees were the owners of the operation. The lessees were the only party that were authorized to apply for state licenses. If Mr. Pensack and Mr. Burdick had applied for licenses, they would not have been able to transfer those licenses to the lessees. So that's why they didn't apply for licenses once the EA was granted in February. They needed to find a lessee who would then be the owner of the operation and that would apply for state licenses as required by CDD. So that's not a misstep by Mr. Pensack or Mr. Burdick. That's the way it's done in the landowner lessee situation. That's just the way the law works. The lessees had to apply for their own licenses. Mr. Pensack and Mr. Burdick could not do anything in furtherance of that other than contractually obligate them to do so, which was done. In terms of water, again, we're looking at what is substantial evidence. In my letter that I submitted to the board prior to last week's hearing, we know what substantial evidence is. Sscra is very clear on that. Simply stating that, it's hard to believe, that's not substantial evidence, or it seems like that's not substantial evidence. So I just wanted to, again, clarify what the applicable legal standard here. It is a very clear legal standard. In terms of the hops, prior hops farm, so that is the recognized baseline use. The baseline is full build out of the hops. Hops didn't require a discretionary permit, so there's no requirement, obviously, that the impacts of that hops cultivation be analyzed on the community. But the way that Sscra reads, it is what it is, not disputed. This is settled Sscra law. The hops farm is the baseline use. There is data showing how much water the hops farm used, and there's data showing how much the project is going to use, and the project will use less. So those are just settled legal points. I don't want to, there's just not uncertainty around those things. And so I think that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Pyska? Did you have questions, or did you want to?
I have some questions
Okay,
for
good.
staff.
There you go.
I think clearly it's our responsibility to figure out what the cumulative impact is for the community around the whole Burns Valley Basin. And how is it that we get there? Because we've got differing opinions, but we can't move forward without that knowledge. And so what are the steps needed for us to have a clear understanding on what the cumulative impact is?
My response is, with respect to what you have available in terms of your evidence, you have Angie Dodd's analysis, which does include in her model a cumulative impact assessment of existing and foreseeable cannabis projects, agricultural issues, residential issues, folded in her technical memorandum. The appellant's consultant writes a critique of that model. He does not offer an alternative assessment of cumulative impacts, and the appellant's consultant does not come up with an alternative model to assess those cumulative impacts. So what you have is one assessment of cumulative impacts, right? In terms of different users of water, existing and potentially foreseeable use of the water system within the basin. On the other hand, you have an appellant who has hired a consultant who provides a critique of the use of that model, not a different analysis of cumulative impacts. So that's what you have, okay, to make a decision on. Now, I think a more comprehensive analytical framework would include a competing model. So where you'd have two different models to compare their estimates of water use for existing and foreseeable water users. But you don't have that.
And was there a reason that an environmental impact report wasn't required for this project?
If there's a reason, the reason would be that you would have an unmitigatable significant impact, right? Right now, what we have in front of us is an analysis that, based on staff's analysis of the environmental impacts and the constraints on site, the reports, the plans that we have received show that those potential impacts related to constraints on site can be reduced by the conditions. So you don't have a significant impact that cannot be mitigated. Okay? Based on our analysis and our review of what we have in front of us, the evidence that the applicant has provided.
I guess my concern is that we don't have neutral evidence. We have evidence provided by our applicant.
That's kind of a philosophical discussion, right? Okay. What you're asking is we don't have neutral objective
Or is it, it's not vetted by a neutral party, I guess, because we have the appellant giving us an opinion on the applicant's data. So it's an uncomfortable place for us to be in the middle of trying to figure out what is the neutral analysis.
And that is a very good question to ask, because I think in my previous work experience, working with different counties, an applicant does not hire their own consultant.
Right.
Okay? The county staff hires, through a bidding process, work to be done on a particular project. So that, for me, would be a standard practice within a county. That's not the case here. You have an applicant submitting a constraints analysis through their consultants.
And so, Mr. Rowe?
Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the answer and I appreciate the question, and I just want to add that that analysis is required by county ordinance. In other words, the applicant is asked to provide that groundwater hydrology report.
Supervisor Sabatier, you had a question.
And I just want to kind of...
Unless you had more, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate from our previous conversation earlier that with a declared drought emergency and with an unknown of climate change, how much has truly changed versus are we going back, that this is where my concern for the water really comes from, and that I would prefer to be cautious than just trying to say yes to 15 acres of cannabis being grown in a new climate situation.
Vice Chair.
But I believe, though, you pointed out that they have to continue monitoring their wells. So if something down the road after this first harvest, something happens with the water, we can then pull the permit, or, I mean, how does that work? If we find out that there is no more water, or the water is really being drained, can't we go back then, because that's part of the conditions of approval?
And my response to you is I'm absolutely terrified about that situation, because if it does happen and they don't have water and they're at the top of the hill, what happens to the people at the bottom of the hill? And I think that we need to look at, I know we're waiting for an enhancement to our ordinance, and I think within that ordinance, we need a tiered system. If you lost 25% of your water, we need to talk. If you lost 50% of your water, we really need to talk. Right now, it's just a monitoring without any necessary actions that are applied based on what kind of information we have. And I'll just be very transparent. We have been receiving all of this data, but I don't know that we've necessarily applied that data to better understand and take action on the things that are happening at the ground level.
But I think right now we're at the point where we have to make a decision on the rules that we have on the books right now.
And so what I'm seeing is a hand up from Mr. Earnshaw and Johnson. I didn't close that yet. And I will let Mr. Johnson go first. Please keep it really brief, 30 seconds, and then I will allow Mr. Earnshaw 30 seconds right after to comment, because I know it probably has to do with this. But if we can go ahead and start, please.
Absolutely, thank you. So in terms of this initial study being unbiased, it has been submitted to the county. County staff has reviewed it, and when the county staff and the county submits it to the state clearinghouse and puts it forward under Sscra, the county is saying, this is our document. We agree with its analysis and its conclusions, and we're ready to support it. So I want it to be very clear that that's the process that's been followed. And then secondly, I know I sound like a broken record on this, but the baseline use here is the hops farm. What that means is, so long as this project uses less water than that baseline use, as a matter of law, it cannot have significant cumulative or project level impacts. And so, just as a matter of law under Sscra, that's the way the baseline concept works. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Earnshaw, please unmute and.
Yeah, hi, I'll keep this really quick. So good questions out here about validity of reports and what the bar is as far as what we're trying to get at. the reality is that the ordinance 3106, the bar is could be considered low for a project like this. And so when David came to me and said, hey, what would you do on this? I'd say, well, you're going to look at a conceptual model followed by an analytical model. It's going to be 40 or 50 grand, and it's going to take 4 months. And obviously the appellate doesn't have that kind of time or money to put together an alternate model. And so we're left with what we have today. But if I was being asked by the permittee, you know, what to do on this project, that's what I would have told them. And they probably wouldn't have hired us.
Thank you. Sir, if you, yes, come up briefly and let's, this is the last one. We have to really get past this. I've allowed you guys to take blows back and forth for at least 3 meetings now.
I appreciate it. Well, I missed the first one because I wasn't notified.
Well, okay, we know.
What I'm hearing so far is very similar to what happened at the Planning Commission. And I mentioned that one of the commissioners basically, well, okay, the chair said he had concerns with water and future, I went back and reviewed the tape. Concerns with water and future use, and I'm trying to find a nexus to support that concern. That was the chairman. Then I believe Commissioner Hess brought up that he's the one that asked the question, well, what happens if it's a 2-2 vote? That's basically a denial. The project doesn't proceed. And so his words were basically he associates himself with the chairman's comments and shares the concerns on the impact to the water. But where the absence of a commissioner creates the result of a 2-2 vote and a denial, that's when he decided to change his vote. So I'm hearing the same things kind of here that I kind of heard at the board, at the Planning Commission office. There are questions about the water that aren't answered. And that's the main point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, and so, Ms. Grant, do you?
If your board has no further questions of the parties and all testimony has been taken, comments made, then you may close the public hearing and continue on to your deliberations, which you can do immediately after lunch or next week. It's all up to you. But you would close the public hearing once you're done taking it.
So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you for all of your testimony. Appreciate it. Try to give you as much time as you needed. I know it, you know. So does the board feel comfortable with deliberations as of now, or should, there is, I guess, yeah, I think everyone's ready, so I know it's in your district, Supervisor Sabatier.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Grant.
If you wouldn't mind just a brief recitation from me on my opinion of the
Yes,
law,
please, Ms. Grant.
notwithstanding others?
Yes, please.
All right. With regard to fair argument, the original determination made on the basis of the initial study is whether you're going to go with a negative declaration, assuming there's no exemptions, mitigated neg dec or an EIR. All of that is subject to fair argument. And fair argument is made on the basis of substantial evidence. It has to be in the record that the project may have a significant adverse environmental impact, even if evidence also exists to the contrary. If that's the case, an EIR is required. A mitigated negative dec applies when changes to the project or mitigation measures reduce the significant effects to a less than significant level or just avoids those impacts altogether. 21080, the Public Resources Code, makes it very clear. I'll just read this briefly. If there is substantial evidence in light of the whole record, the project may have a significant impact on the environment, then an environmental impact report must be prepared, shall be prepared. For purposes of this section and this division, substantial evidence includes fact, a reasonable assumption predicated upon fact, or expert opinion supported by fact. Substantial evidence is not argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, evidence that's clearly inaccurate or erroneous, or evidence of social or economic impacts that do not contribute to or are not caused by physical impacts on the environment. Then I would go on, and I'm citing to an article from California Land Use. 3 recent decisions under Sscra focus on determining the environmental baseline against which a proposed project's potentially significant impacts must be measured. Those decisions hold the baseline must realistically reflect actual physical conditions occurring before project approval, with a lead agency maintaining discretion to determine what temporal snapshot best captures such conditions. By contrast, in setting the baseline, a lead agency generally cannot rely upon hypothetical levels or activity or impacts derived from permitted but never realized operations or post-approval projections. The environmental baseline is the starting point for any meaningful Sscra analysis. I would also say that the Riverwatch case sums things up, and this is from 1999. Prior illegality was subject to enforcement actions, and if the enforcing agency participates in the Sscra process, Sscra doesn't require any further accounting for that prior activity. In other words, the avenue for the illegal activity is through enforcement, not directly through the Sscra process. So I hope that it helps a little bit.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
And so with the, just to kind of check in with Ms. Grant as far as how I need to make my motion, with my issues that the initial study does not match the site maps, does not match the acreage is completely kind of all over the map. It doesn't have, it doesn't match. And the fact that site B, at first we're told that anything prior is not part of the Sscra process, but then we're told that now what the current status is also not the current process. It does not, it speaks of a past area, not a currently graded area, or else it would not say that it needs to be cleared and graded and things like that. And so I feel like the initial study, in my opinion, is not adequate for the current status of the project that we are looking at. What would I say for that? That it needs to be redone, that it needs to, because I guess I'm not sure which direction I want to go, whether it's a denial of the appeal or a move towards EIR. And I'm kind of looking at you for direction.
Well, I'm pulling up the actual decision so that I can assist you. I can't tell you, obviously, which way to go because you're... Thank you. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity and you're the finders of fact, so I can't tell you what facts to find. I can tell you that your choices here at the appeal hearing are to grant the appeal, to deny the appeal, or because you said de novo, several board members have mentioned the conditions of approval. You can certainly seek to change those, augment them, add something that gives you more of a comfort level with regard to, and I'm just throwing out examples here, just with regard to monitoring. If you want to include certain triggers, you could do that as part of the conditions for approval. And you could do that now in your capacity as the Board of Supervisors de novo. And that would be an option that you could take now. One of the things you have to do as you go through, if you were, for example, to deny the appeal, you still have to make a motion that the initial study is adequate and that a mitigated neg deck is appropriate to be adopted with the findings that the community development staff give you. You still have to go on and make the use permit findings. Now, if you find that the initial study, for whatever reason, you do not feel is an adequate review of the environmental impacts, or if you do not find you can make the findings that are required under 51.4 of the zoning ordinance, that would impact your ability to, obviously, to deny the appeal. Because again, you sit de novo and you have to make those findings. I would, if I were your board, I would set forth the factual findings that you believe a majority of you can make, and that will likely dictate the direction that you'll be going. And if someone were to make a motion to grant the appeal, I would strongly recommend that you provide findings in support of that, the reason why you believe that is the case, where you cannot. And those should, again, they should hinge on your environmental review and the use permit, and based upon the evidence that's been presented to you today and last week, as well as the documentary evidence that was prepared by community development and the applicant and the appellant.
So, I need a 5-minute break, please.
You okay with taking a break? Yep. Yeah. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break briefly, and we'll go from there. Yeah. Okay, it looks like we're back on. Thank you, Sam. I think we're coming to a point where we're ready to take action. Any other comments? I don't think there is any other comments. I think we're just waiting.
Apologize for the time, and I stole your pen. I will give it back. And so I make a motion to grant the appeal due to the inadequate confidence that I have in the environmental review and its cumulative impacts to the environment. While the hydrology study submitted by Dr. Dodd may be compelling, I find the analysis by the appellant's hydrology expert to offer a fair argument against the applicant's report. This leads me to the conclusion that UP 19-36 will have a significant impact to the environment. Do I need to add anything else to that? Okay.
Is there a second? And if not, I'll pass
I'll
over.
second it.
Okay, so we do have a second. So I have a motion to end a second. We'll go ahead and do a roll call for this vote.
Supervisor Simon? Aye. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Nay.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll go ahead and close this item. And what's that, Ms. Grant? Sorry.
Do we have to make a motion for
I'm
that?
sorry. You can just do it by consensus. Just direct me to prepare findings.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, I guess.
And Lars, if you,
He has been hanging.
yeah, he has, and he has a time constraint, so.
You have to read the item.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Consideration of an ordinance establishing Chapter 31 of the Lake County. It's not me. Mine's off. I'll start again, sorry. Let's see, there we go. Nope, it's still doing it.
I'm off.
All right. Consideration of an ordinance establishing Chapter 31 of the Lake County Code for an edible food recovery program, and this is Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Go ahead, Lars.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Crandall and the board. I very much appreciate you taking this up. Before you right now, last year, the staff presented to the board a summary of the regulations for SB 1383, which is the state's short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. The program from the state is intended to reduce organic waste going to landfills. Last year, your board took action to approve a rural jurisdiction waiver, which exempts the county from certain requirements of the regulations. However, those regulations still require the county, along with every other jurisdiction in the state, to establish an edible food recovery program. These edible food recovery programs, require those jurisdictions to take a number of actions. There are 5 of them, and I'll list them. First is to identify identify commercial edible food generators that must comply with the regulations. And number 2, educate those same food generators of the requirements to establish food donation agreements with food recovery organizations. Those items are complete. There are 2 other items that are in progress. One is to monitor compliance, and the 4th is to assess the county's overall food recovery capacity and plan for additional capacity if it is determined to be insufficient. So these are in progress. The 5th is what we're considering today, is to establish an enforcement mechanism. The 5th requirement is that the jurisdictions establish an enforcement mechanism for the food generators that are subject to the regulations. So to plan for the county's program, Public Services brought together representatives from various local jurisdictions, well, all local jurisdictions. That includes Environmental Health Department, Social Services, and the 2 cities. We brought together food donors, specifically grocery stores, as well as food recovery organizations, Redwood Empire Food Bank and Lake County Gleaners, as well as other associated organizations, senior centers, and free kitchens. So that committee, ad hoc committee, provided some input to staff, and the draft ordinance that is required by state law that is in front of you, what does it do? That's the question at hand. It requires food generators, which means grocery stores and supermarkets, to enter into a contract with a food recovery organization. It requires inspections, record keeping, and reporting. The inspections would be accomplished by Environmental Health Department. The food generators and the food service organizations would perform record keeping. Public Services Department would provide the reporting to the state, excuse me. It also includes penalties for noncompliance. The penalties for noncompliance is for the food generators, not for the food recovery organizations. That's important to note. So in the ordinance, now through January 2024 is a ramp-up period. There are no fines or penalties associated with that time frame. After 2024, January 1st, is when the administrative fines would begin. Also important to note is that this is a program that's already in use. The grocery stores are already working with the food recovery organizations. They're already providing that. So what this is intended to do is to put some teeth to it and ramp it up with the intent to reduce the food waste going to landfills. So the recommended action that I'll summarize here is that if your board wishes to approve the ordinance, staff recommends that you offer the ordinance and have it read in title only, and motion to advance the second reading of the ordinance to the May 17th Board of Supervisors meeting. I will also note that there is one minor edit to the ordinance on page 2, the very bottom of page 2, in section 3.3. It says, quote, division XXX. That should say chapter, and that is all I have to add to the edits. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lars. Any questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
More of just a quick comment. I'm hoping that we can get a review on how this is working for us, maybe in a year, just because I want to make sure we have some homeless shelters, we have our senior centers. I want to make sure they're getting their fair share of these things, just because I know that they're all struggling to keep up with the demand for the services that they offer. And so I don't want to add anything to it, but I definitely want to pay attention to how our critical infrastructure to help and serve the people that are vulnerable are gaining from this. So if that's possible within a year to review that, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. We are required to, the county is required to provide a report to the state here in a couple of months, and then after that it's annually. So at that annual report would be an opportune time to do that.
Vice Chair Scott?
And I know on that note, Elijah House doesn't get food directly, but they get food from the Gleaners.
Yeah.
So the food is being distributed to our centers that are serving the homeless. So I do have a question for Anita, because she shook her head when Lars said this is what we need to do, and you shook your head no. So.
Oh, he was almost correct. You're not going to offer the ordinance. The offer of the ordinance is when you're having final passage. So that would come at the second reading. So you just skip that part and move on to a motion to have it read in title only, waive reading, have it read in title only, and then the next motion would be to advance the second reading. And in this case, it wouldn't be the May 10th, it would be the May 17th.
Correct.
Board of Supervisors meeting. So.
Welcome to our struggles, Lars.
Well, far be it from me to say what should be done anyway. So that's,
I was trying to be helpful.
yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I was just going to mention the Gleaners are already doing this work. Are the Gleaners engaged to continue with this program?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's just, okay.
They were on the committee to provide input. You know, this is something that no county entity has been involved in, and that's part of the well, that's why the state put it as a requirement on the local jurisdictions to implement a food recovery program. But absolutely, Gleaners and Redwood Empire Food Bank, they are the only food recovery organizations in the county. You know, as Supervisor Scott indicated, there are other entities that receive their food from those, but those are not the food recovery organizations. So absolutely, they've been involved. They are planning capacity, some capacity expansion. The Gleaners, So it's, there's some good headway being made, and we have to report to the state on what the capacity needs are and what the plans are to expand.
Awesome.
All right. Any other questions? And if not, we'll open. Supervisor Simon?
Appreciate this coming forward, Lars. I know we talked about this months ago, so glad to see this coming through and getting to the final process here anyway. But as you said, I know there are a lot of organizations in every district that do it differently. I know one of our larger facilities down there, Harvesters, works with the senior center, and does a lot of good work in that area too. So glad to see this coming forward. So we're obviously in support of it.
With that, I'll open to public input. Not seeing anyone in the chambers, and I don't see any hands up online. So I'll bring it back to the board for action, and it looks like we're...
Mr. Chair, I move to have this ordinance read in title only. Can I do this all in one motion? No, okay.
With amendments.
With amendments.
Second.
So I have a motion to end a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
So, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to move.
We have to read it first.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, she's got to read it. Sorry, Vice Chair.
So it's an ordinance adding Chapter 31 of the Lake County Code regarding the County of Lake Edible Food Recovery Program.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to advance for the second reading to the May 17th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much, Lars. We will now entertain a lunch break, and we
Lars, Friday?
So we will, we'll come back at 3:10. We'll give staff a chance to have an hour lunch, and we'll come back at 3:10 and continue on with our couple other non-timed items, calendars, and closed session afterwards. So we'll see you in an hour. We're at 3:10. Is it 3? Yeah, 3:10.